We still have the door open in case we have any last minute participants who would like to join. They're welcome. My name is Carolina Adler. I am the Executive Director of the Mountain Research Initiative, which is a participating organization of GEO. And we are very much looking forward to this session where we showcase not only what we do in relation to GEO Mountains, which is a GEO work program initiative dealing with mountains worldwide, but also to hear from many different examples, projects that are funded by EU funding agencies that have an element of data and information pertaining to mountains associated with their work. And we're very much looking forward to connect not only with the experiences that I had in those projects, but also to learn about what we can learn from their experiences to bring to this session and to the EuroGEO community as we gather insights to share in terms of our perspectives regarding the GEO post-2025 process. So we have a very specific task for today in relation to that. So this session is Elevating Mountains in the GEO post-2025 Strategy, Lessons from EU-funded Projects in Mountain Areas. And this session is co-chaired by myself, Carolina Adler, and also with my colleague, Elisa Palazzi from ISAC CNR, which is also a GEO participating organization who couldn't join us this week. So I'm here on my lonesome at the front. But nevertheless, we very much look forward to this session. Thank you for joining us. Next slide, please. So what we are going through today, so I'm just giving just a few general introductions to this session, and will be followed by a sequential number of speakers and presentations that will touch upon different aspects of data and information needs from across different European projects. Ah, thank you. Yes. I have the clicker myself here for control. But we'll start the session first with an introduction from my colleague, James Thornton from the Mountain Research Initiative Coordination Office, who will first give us an introduction to GEO Mountains and what we are doing and how we contribute to the overall GEO community in relation to mountain work. And see if, yep. Went too quickly. So just to give you some background, GEO Mountains is a GEO initiative that was proposed and adopted by the GEO community back in 2016. We are the global network on observations and information in mountain environments. And we seek to engage with the and contribute with many of the goals that and objectives that not only GEO is mobilizing, but also to implement the GEO post-2020 strategy in a more practical and impactful way. And this is the reason why we are looking to connect with the lessons from the various projects that we'll be presenting shortly. So the specific goals for this session are threefold. On the one hand, to stock takes on progress made within GEO Mountains as we move towards the post-2025 process. The second is to showcase these various EU-funded projects with a mountain-specific focus and invite those reflections to help us build the case to ensure that mountains are also part of that work in the future. And third, to also collect ideas and suggestions and contributions for potentially a future position paper that EuroGEO might want to consider on the subject of sustained data and information, but also how that helps in the European position, if you like, in the broader GEO post-2025 strategy. So this is in a very general nutshell what we are hoping together. And there will be opportunities after each of the presentations for your own questions and comments, and I'll be collecting a set of key insights and highlights that we can then report back tomorrow at the plenary session for this session. So coming back to this, I would like to then invite my colleague James Thornton, who will present on monitoring data and information in mountain environments. James is joining us virtually from Switzerland, and I'll be happy to give him the floor now if we can switch to his presentation. And James, are you online?
Yes, I'm online, Carolina. Can you see my presentation and can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you perfectly. Good to hear from you. And we'll just get your slides coming up. There they are. Thanks, James. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Carolina. A good afternoon, everybody. I apologize I can't be with you there in Bolzano, but greetings from sunny Bern. The main objective of my presentation, this initial presentation in the session this afternoon, is to provide this stock take on some of the recent progress made by Moutains since around 2020, so over the last 2 or 3 years or so, on a global basis. So much of our work has been focusing on those mountain regions around the world where the situation regarding data and information is somewhat less favorable than in Europe, and seeking which lessons we can learn also, and hearing from the other presenters to see how we can apply some of the advancements which have been made in Europe to some of these other contexts around the world. So having done that, I'll then briefly reflect upon how Moutains could potentially seek to position itself in the GEO post-2020 work program. And finally, perhaps reflecting on how we could continue some of the very strong existing collaborations we have with partners in Europe, and also how we could potentially develop new collaborations and to have further impact going forward, including with EuroGEO, of course, both in the short to the more medium term. So as Carolina has mentioned, Moutains is the global network for observations and information in mountain environments. And we have 3 main objectives. The first is to increase the discoverability, accessibility, and usability of a very wide range of data and information pertaining to mountains globally. Secondly, we seek to combine these data, to integrate them, and to apply them to address key scientific, practical, or policy-related questions or challenges. And more generally, thirdly, we seek to build and coordinate a very collaborative community which combines mountain researchers, but also practitioners and other decision makers in a very collegiate fashion. So the figure on the right-hand side just seeks to visually encapsulate our scope and aims. Essentially, we're trying to be a broker or a bridge between data providers on the one hand, data users on the other, and these local to global policy processes and political decisions which have to be made, of course, considering a very broad range of themes or disciplines, and of course, crucially, their interactions and feedback mechanisms, both biophysical and more socioeconomic, and doing this on a global basis, as I've already mentioned. And so in Europe, some of the partners with whom we work very closely are EURAC Research, the ELTA, which is the Integrated European Long-Term Ecosystem Critical Zone and Socio-Ecological Research infrastructure, and also the Virtual Alpine Observatory, the VAO, alongside many others, both individual scientists, their institutions, and other organizations. So we feel very fortunate to include such institutions and individuals in our network. I'll move on now to give a few examples of what we've been doing of late with regards to that first objective, which is really our primary task of trying to develop inventories of some of the data sets which exist and some of the other associated aspects related to mountain monitoring. And so starting actually with regards to in situ data, which of course is absolutely crucial for many applications in mountains. We can only do so much with remote sensing and other approaches. And in this regard, we have a situation whereby quite a considerable proportion of the monitoring which is undertaken, certainly on a global basis, ground monitoring, across multiple disciplines is actually conducted by the research community, universities, and so forth, rather than by operational government or local agencies. And so in this context, we have rather a complex monitoring landscape, if you like, whereby there are many, many different organizations involved, all doing things perhaps slightly differently, measuring different variables, using different instruments, sharing the data via different portals. And as a result, it can be, we feel, very, very difficult to get a comprehensive overview of this situation. Simply who is measuring what, why, when, where, and how can we get hold of the actual corresponding observations and do something useful with them. And some of the consequences of this situation could be that we end up duplicating in situ infrastructure. There could be a certain redundancy, which is unnecessary, some inefficiencies, or equally we could have some potential collaborations which just go undeveloped because we simply don't know what our neighbors in a neighboring country or a neighboring institution are doing. And so in this context, GeoMountains has released a global inventory of in situ mountain observational infrastructure. We're currently on the second version, and we present this alongside many other resources on the GeoMountains website. In this case, in the form of a web map, where you can zoom in and you see various stations resolve themselves. And one can click on an individual station and obtain some metadata about that station, including the operating organization, which variables are being measured over which periods, using which protocols, and so forth. So in pink, we see our mountainous extent. Of course, there are various visual options here, but just zooming into, for example, the Zugspitze in southern Germany, rather a well-known mountainous region in Europe, of course. We can see, for example, that there's the Schneefernerhauser mountain observatory station there, and we can get some information and in this case find a link to a different website, to an external website, enabling us to obtain some of those observations. So this is a little bit the concept here. And overall, as I've said, this aims to be rather comprehensive. The full data set is available for download. And at the moment, it contains over 50,000 individual stations or small networks, experimental catchments, and so forth. And in some ways, this, I think, challenges the notion that mountains are poorly observed in some ways or to some extent, because there's a hell of a lot of infrastructure in place, clearly. However, there's still a great deal of work to be done to ensure that we have full and comprehensive metadata for all of these sites, and also to ensure access to the corresponding observations themselves. If we could ensure that this is rather a comprehensive inventory, then there could be great scope for very impactful gap analysis, which would span multiple disciplines and include both the operational and the more research-oriented observations. And so with this, I would invite anybody who is aware of such sites or is perhaps operating such a site to submit that information and include it in our inventory. To complement the in situ inventory, we have a general inventory, which seeks to essentially just tabulate and collate gridded data sets, which could be, for example, model outputs relevant to mountain region, perhaps reanalysis products, or remotely sensed data sets, data portals which contain such information pertaining to mountains, and also maybe useful software tools or services which are open source and which are freely usable by the community. And this simply just aims to improve the efficiency and discoverability and accessibility of some of these data sets. But of course, over the last couple of years, we've seen also kind of quite a growth of similar inventories, for example, catalogs of data sets which are accessible in Google Earth Engine and so forth. And nevertheless, this is a very mountain-specific product. And again, if you would like to ensure that your data are included in the next release of this inventory, then please get in touch and we can ensure that those data are findable through GeoMountains, as well as perhaps through an institutional repository or through a publication or so forth. So this is just available as a kind of simple interactive table for the time being, again with the URL to access those data and hopefully quickly filter and find what might be interesting for you to explore. Alongside this work, we've managed to contribute a few peer-reviewed publications, both with a scientific focus. So, for example, seeking to establish which variables we should be trying to monitor as priorities given our limited resources for scientific applications, or, for instance, trying to establish concepts for monitoring mountains in a rather comprehensive fashion, this so-called notion of mountain observatories, where we have these dedicated regions where we're conducting measurements of many different system components using multi-methods at different spatial scales and so forth. But then also we've been trying to apply some of these data sets already. So, for example, assessing some of the climate, the elevational dependencies rather in climate change across the world's mountains, as well as having doing some very much more applied research with policy applications. For instance, looking at the spatial and temporal patterns in human population in mountains and how they've evolved over the recent past, and likewise trying to identify some major gaps in situ climate station coverage, for example, in high mountain Asia, where we see very low station densities, but of course a very high importance in terms of what is going on in those regions, especially with regards to water provision and other aspects to adjacent downstream regions. In addition to this event, which we're attending today, really a central mode of working of ours is to have workshops to bring various stakeholders together over a period of a day or 2 or 3 days to discuss in depth, to exchange ideas. And so this year already, we've already had several such workshops, and we actually have 2 more to come at least. Next month, I will be with my colleagues in Rwanda in East Africa, and then in Kathmandu in the Hindu Kush for similar workshops, but just to give you a flavor. And of course, these are open events in general, and anybody interested is very, very welcome to keep an eye on the GeoMountains website and apply and join us and contribute your knowledge and expertise to some of these endeavors. Thirdly, we are trying to also, where possible, translate some of the science into formats which are more suitable or digestible for policy and decision-related applications. So an example here would be this policy brief, which we developed last year in the context of the International Year of Sustainable Mountain Development, which seeks to explain to a more lay reader how the measurements are fundamentally made on the ground, or where the data come from, which are then translated into metrics or indicators which may appear on the desk of a decision maker or a policy maker, so that they can hopefully better appreciate some of the challenges, the limitations, and they can make appropriate interpretations of the data and hopefully therefore reliable decisions. And taking that a step further, recently we've developed and released the Mountains Uncovered series. Now, this provides a set of quite high-level fact booklets for 100 mountain ranges globally to provide an overview of the current status of each mountain range, but also to allow some comparison. So we use, for example, common global data sets in this case to enable these comparisons between mountain ranges to be as fair as possible. And so just show you now a couple of figures taken from the fact booklet of the European Alps. We see, for example, everything from the extents and classifications of protected areas to land cover, to snow covered area, as well as some more socioeconomic figures and tables and maps as well. And these are all freely available for download via Zenodo. And we very much hope that they will encourage the development of improved data sets, that any gaps in existing data sets, which meant that maybe a particular theme is not so well covered at the moment, this can be addressed. And equally, there's a very high importance for complementary work at a much more local scale, of course, in mountains, much more targeted to address very specific local challenges or applications. And in this case, of course, we lose that element of comparability, but it's really important that this work goes on in two parallel streams, that we have the consistent global data set for prioritization at a global level. For example, which mountain regions may be most vulnerable to climate change impacts? Where do we need to invest our resources proportionately? But also we address the much finer and more specific local challenges equally. And in part to do this, we also showcase on our website not only projects in which we are directly involved, but also projects from the broader community, which really also align very much with our aims and our philosophies around open data, and of course the philosophies of GEO as a whole around open data, open science, transparency, reproducibility, long-term monitoring, integrated monitoring, science policy, dialogues, and so forth. And where possible, we try to provide capacity or education building resources, and there's a couple of examples here, including this nice educational program for school children developed primarily by some of our colleagues in Canada on the topic of mountain sustainability. And I understand that they've already had many learners have been through the course and have very much appreciated it as well. So turning our attention a little bit in the final two slides to GeoMountains post-2025. GEO recently released a draft of the strategy, the post-2025 strategy, and there's a link to that document at the bottom here. But one of the objectives or goals in this strategy is to develop these multidisciplinary programs or nexus areas to really elevate the impact of what is done within GEO. And given that mountains are rather natural integrators themselves, we have many different processes corresponding to lots of different disciplines, all going on within a given region, spanning many spatial scales, including the upstream, downstream connections. And of course, as well as the fact that mountains are globally distributed, it could be that GeoMountains may potentially be in the position to either lead or to be one of the major contributors to a dedicated program or nexus on the topic of mountains, perhaps. And so I've just taken one quotation from this general GEO report, which I think, of course, refers to GEO as a whole, but I think also applies very much to GeoMountains. There is a clear need for a global partnership where data providers and users from all communities work together, better coordination, greater inclusion, reduced duplication, and fast action. So I think this could potentially apply very much in the case of GeoMountains. And I think in particular, given, as I said, that of course, whilst there is still work to be done in Europe regarding more systematic monitoring, better data management, data sharing, and so forth, the situation really is extremely favorable compared to many other key mountain regions around the world. And therefore, the question is really, how can we transfer some of the learning and the knowledge and also technology which we've developed in Europe over the past 5 or 10 years and make it available to our colleagues working in other mountain regions where the impacts of climate change or global change may be felt even more profoundly. And so, taking another quotation from the strategy document, we should actively co-produce meaningful resources that address contemporary challenges. And of course, regarding mountains, we have many of them. And so certainly maybe the role of GeoMountains could be again in bridging the gap, this time as a sort of broker between all the advancements which are being made in North America, in Europe, and in other mountain regions, and also helping to share those capacities with our colleagues working elsewhere and our many regional and local partners in the different regions. And so with this, I didn't want to take up too much further time, but just thank you very much indeed for your attention, and happy to answer any questions now or to contribute later to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. I very much appreciate the message there that mountains are indeed an integrator, and it's a very important message to bring forth in how we contribute to implementing the post-2025 strategy. Although I must say that the enhanced knowledge transfer is a two-way process as well. Whatever we transmit and share from the European experience is also enriched by us seeking and connecting to the experiences had in other places around the world as well. We are just as is important to also acknowledge that this is a shared capacity process in that way. Thanks very much, James. Are there any immediate questions for us to tackle at this point before we move on? Yes, please. And please introduce yourself as you raise your question. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. My name's Sophie Justice. I represent the European network of UNESCO Global Geoparks. I was very interested by the presentation, particularly this notion of being an integrator of a lot of very different data, particularly by the notion that there was a selection of some essential variables. And it would be interesting to have just a very quick idea of where you have identified these essential variables. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for the question, Sophie. Indeed, we've been conducting some work over the past year or two, perhaps a little bit longer, seeking to establish the utility of these existing essential variables frameworks in mountains specifically. So are there any additional variables which are particularly relevant in mountains which are missing in terms of climate variables or essential biodiversity variables, essential societal and economic variables as well? And also, I think a key point is in mountains, some variables may be shared and may be more generally applicable. But the question is, what attributes do these measurements need to have to be useful for general applications in mountains specifically? And so this often requires, for example, higher spatial resolution, for example, to reflect the scales of variability in processes that we see in mountains. And so it's still really an ongoing process, and the challenge is always saying essential for what? Are we talking about science or policy? But the idea is just to, I think, try to develop this interdisciplinary consensus about where should we be investing our resources and coming to some compromise in terms of saying we want to measure absolutely everything versus we have to restrict that and just provide some key indicators. And it's kind of complex because mountains are, of course, rather complex environments themselves, but we're trying to find a little bit this balance in terms of resources and information content, I suppose. Happy to discuss further.
Thank you very much. We will have time, hopefully, at the end of the session, once we listen to the other presentations, to inspire more questions and comments as colleagues are exposed more to the topic, I suppose, in the course of the session. Thank you very much, James. So do stay online in case we do have questions for you towards the end of the session. Thank you. I should at this point also share with you some announcements which I missed to share with you at the very beginning of the session. Apologies for that. I will remind you this session is being recorded, so please let us know if that is an issue for you. And all the presentations and the recordings will be shared through the EuroGEO website at the end of the workshop as well. But feel free to contact us if there's anything we can help in accessing that information for you. I should also point out that we do have an online contingent joining us virtually. So welcome to all of you in the virtual world as well. Thank you for being with us. And on that note, I just wanted to very quickly check if there are any questions or comments coming from the online participants. Not at this point. Thank you. And I will go through a couple more announcements at the end of the session. So on that note, we should move on to our next presenter. This is Alexander Jakob here, who will talk to us and present on the Alpine Drought Observatory, how to organize and share data in a cross-national mountain region following the FAIR data principles. The floor is yours. Thank you, Alex.
Great. Thank you for this introduction, Caroline. I will speak about the Alpine Drought Observatory, which is a project that we have had here in EuroGEO the last 3 years. We just finished this in the beginning of the year. I'm still waiting for my slides. Here they are. it's not really the first. Somehow there are some slides missing in the beginning of my presentation, but it's okay. I guess I can start. I'm just checking. This is not exactly how I uploaded, but whatever. Something went wrong there. Anyways, there was some introductory slide to the project that is missing, but it's okay. The project had basically two main objectives. Number one was to create a platform to make information about drought accessible for everyone. And the other objective was to develop together with stakeholders also policies and guidelines for people who deal with water management in general in the hydrological sector in different states. The project was a international project across borders. It was funded through the Interreg Alpine Space. And apart from building this platform, there was a huge component also developing these guidelines. My colleagues here in the back, for example, are working on this and others as well. Today, I will talk more on the technical aspect about the platform itself and how we worked there in order to make it accessible and work with it. So droughts in the Alps, is this actually a strange thing? Is this happening? I don't also know why some of the pictures are only half here, but something wrong here. Anyways, let's see how we get through this. There are definitely different notions of droughty, even though we're in general a water-rich region. Still, there are issues of distribution of water availability in different seasons. In recent history, we had mostly kind of winter drought events where in early season after the winter, January, February, March, basically we had drought events. Here are some notions of this coming through newspapers, which is one way where you can find people reporting this. The question is, can we find these events that people speak about also in our data? Are we somehow able to detect them? That's somewhat what we set out to do in this work. The concept in order to achieve this scientifically, first of all, what is actually kind of information, the indicators that we can use. This was the first part of the project in the beginning, to make an analysis of all the different indices, SPI, SPEI, and many others, to check what is actually useful. The next thing is, what kind of data do we need to produce these indicators in order to do that? And do we have the information also for long enough time frame that we can have some kind of notion of the climatological things that are ongoing here? So, for this, you need decades of data. It's not enough to just have data from the most recent satellite missions that give you 5-6 years of data. You need to have long time series, which we saw also is an issue in availability from the presentation from James before. In the end, we managed to give a reference time frame from the 80s, about 2020 more or less, as our reference period. And basically drought events can be then seen as anomalies and deviations from the normal behavior along this reference period. We had different types of variables here, meteorological derived ones from climate and meteorological data, satellite-driven data from hydrological parameters, other sources of information like just impacts, reports in newspapers and scientific articles and so on what has been happening with droughts. Also analysis of vulnerabilities, areas and places where that are particularly under stress when drought occurs. Finally, production of all the data is the next step. So how can we do this in a way that this is sustainable and manageable by us also after the project? So we can at least happily announce that for the first year, more or less, we managed to keep this alive already. So the Adler portal is actually still online and available. We have built strongly on open source there. It's operational and as automated as possible, and we try also to be as timely as possible with the updates there. And finally, this all is only good if we disseminate this to other people, make it accessible, make it understandable, follow something like the FAIR data principles, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reproducible. And finally, then also actionable, so that somebody can actually do something with this and make some useful decisions. Okay, I think there are some strange things happening here. I don't know if I can upload my slides again, because there are definitely things missing here. I have them on my stick still. don't know if I can speak from my side so that I'm not forget the things that I need to know what the next things are. I will try to do it that way and move my own slides and the ones here forward. Yeah, I saw it also before. Before I thought it was just an issue with an export, but it seems to be some general project. Sorry for this interruption. Yeah, but I have them here as well. I mean, they work on my computer. I don't know why they're wrong there. Okay, so I was behind. Okay, so generally the Adler platform that you don't see here has basically a number of key components. One is the data component, that is really all the information that we have collected about this. Then we have all the data sets, that's the drought indices, information from different in situ stations, hydrological stations, and all the reliable auxiliary data like impact assessment, vulnerability maps, and so on. Another thing is all the metadata describing all of this, all the concepts that you need in order to deal with the data. That really describes and makes them findable. That's the F part of the FAIR principles. This comes together with detailed descriptions of all the data sets, like fact sheets that describe in a lot of detail about all of the data that is contained there. Also things like making the data sets citable, so give them a DOI, digital object identifier, so that people can reference exactly to which kind of data that they have used is quite important, especially in the scientific world. Another thing is the production of the data sets through an optimized way. And finally, also the accessibility through standardized interfaces so that people can get in there. In order to achieve this, we had a longer phase also of talking to stakeholders and interest parties in the project. Actually, we had a huge effort on collecting information from all the different countries. So in the project, we had representatives from all the Alpine countries, and in each country, we organized throughout the run of the project 3 national workshops. So about, I think, 24 workshops in total, where we really spoke to stakeholders and the people and their interest and what kind of information they use, how they use it, what they want. And then in the later workshops, we presented them some of our solutions in terms of exchange. For this, we did then some kind of profiling of different types of users that you might find there. And these people are not all hydrological experts or data scientists. So we really tried to think about the policymakers, the different people from authorities, local, regional authorities. The scientists, of course, are also one user group. Advisors in agriculture, other domains that are related to, that need water as a consumer, basically. Just private persons who read the newspaper and want to get some more information about this, journalists who want to write these newspaper articles. All of these were considered there. Then based on this, we defined a whole web design, and finally then we also made sure that when we implement everything, it's available open source. So all the components that we have developed in the project, including the website itself, the web portal, all of this has been developed in open source and is shared through our GitLab resources here. That includes also documentation on how to deal with this. Then finally, we have a slide that works now. You see the same as I do. That's at least something. So this is a slide that talks about our production environment. So here we tried to follow a pipeline-based approach, which is called CI/CD, Continuous Integration and Continuous Development, which allows us that we develop the code bases together with the people in the project. A huge effort here was also that we shared our compute resources, our software infrastructure, the Git and so on, with all the participating partners in the project, so that we could all develop the software components together. Also in a way that, for example, someone who is more an expert in a specific part of developing an algorithm for calculating the SPI or SPI or things like this, doesn't have to know all the things of how to run this in an operational, scalable fashion, basically, so that they could do a kind of handover, give their codes that they created for producing the data, and then we can bring that into these pipelines to run them in an operational way. This allowed us also then to update continuously all the different bits and pieces that go into this pipeline. Here we can actually see a whole of the pipeline. So this involves things like download the climate data for everyone, so that not every individual downloads the climate data by themselves, but we create the input data and share them among others. So there's an operational component here. Do I have a pointer? No. There's an operational component here, like that downloads all the data, which is then shared among different people who do processes for calculating the indices based for snow data, which have been, for example, developed by some now Geosphere Austria. We have other people who have been working on the drought indices, which came from the Slovenian Environmental Ministry. Then we in EuroGEO, for example, have been working on Earth observation derived indices like the VHI and the VCI. And all of them get produced automatically in the end and feed into the databases of the portal. And from there, they're accessible in different ways to visualize them, for example. This pipeline design has also the advantage that you can see when things go wrong. Sometimes the data that you download is not complete, is corrupt something. When you run all of these things, you can have some kind of quality assurance to see if all the processing has been finalized correctly or things are missing in there. This can also be then linked to automatically to the fact that once things are missing, we get automatically emails sent to some of the people here who maintain this to check what's going wrong. What we realized when doing this is when you build such a system and you think it's running automatically forever, it's never the case, because whenever we had it running, we realized that basically the week after, one of the input sources that we used changed their API or changed something in their data organization. And then you need to update your code again so that the data is automatically pulled in the correct way. And we see that this is now also part of the maintenance of this platform. Even stupid things like downloading the satellite imagery or some data from hydrological stations change all the time. So there's not like something constant. It's really a moving target to get access to these different databases. And we struggle with this basically every other week, that something in all of these different components that are part of the pipeline changes. And then we need to update our code base there as well. And for that, again, it's also nice to have this all in open source, because this allows us to also get help from others. For example, the part that SAMP has developed now, Geosphere, even after the project finished, since this is all open source, they could also integrate modifications from their part of their code base and help us to bring this back into the operational pipeline. So that really shows a nice advantage of open source is also that you can put the whole problems on more shoulders and have more support, because you're not the only one that can fix the problems once they occur, basically. Here you can see a list of different parts of information that we have a little bit grouped by what they cover. So parts of the atmosphere, things like precipitation anomalies, and then derived from this also the standardized precipitation index. Soil-related parameters like the soil moisture and the evapotranspiration, vegetation health, things like the normalized vegetation index or the vegetation health index, and then also things that are more related to the water, the groundwater. Groundwater we do not really have a lot, but at least the top part, and also snow, like the standardized snowpack index, SSPI, and hydrological indexes coming there. Now we go slowly over to standardization and making these things accessible. So one standard that we work for a lot here in EuroGEO together with many partners internationally also is OpenEO, a processing standardization framework. I would say that has a list of predefined processors and also a data model that is following the spatial temporal asset catalog stack in order to share this data. This is more for expert users kind of access, so people who really want to work with all the data in the best possible form. Okay, no, I don't know how many slides I have jumped again here. Let me see where we are. So there are also other sources apart from the OpenEO in based access. We have also some of the OGC standards like the WCS for the web coverage service to download the data for people who not want to change anything, just want to download the data. That is basically what is appearing here. Here you were supposed to see something similar to what James presented, a list of all the hydrological stations. For the difference to what James presented is that we not only created a catalog of all the available stations, we also tried to get all the data for these stations in the Alps, and also work on harmonizing these time series in a standardized quality controlled way, so that they all are cleaned up, removed outliers, bias corrected, and all these kind of things, so that all the time series from the different stations are consistent. This database is also online available. There's also an API that allows you to access this through our environmental data portal. This is something which is very difficult to keep automatically up to date, as basically not only every different country, but more or less every different state, every different region, every different canton has basically a different way of how they provide APIs to get them. Some of them don't even provide APIs. In some cases, we got this data by writing emails to people who sent us back CSV files of the station data, basically. So there is no online accessible automatic way, which means you cannot really feed into these systems consistently. But nevertheless, this database, at least until the end of the project, we have it. Now for our region, we try to keep it up to date also. Maybe something to discuss also with you guys, if we can have some more concrete effort on keeping this alive for at least the European Alps. To do this on a global level, I don't even want to imagine how much work that is right now, but you need to start somewhere. Apart from the station data, we collected also, or we enhanced already existing database on the impacts of drought. So this is basically just reports coming from scientific publication, national reports and newspapers and so on, has been classified into different sets of drought events and the impact that they have, which is a textual type of information that has been developed by the University of Freiburg. They have done this initially for the European Drought Observatory, and for the Alpine Drought Observatory, we try to update this during the project. This is another one of the things which is a lot of manual labor, which is not easily automizable. So this is another effort to collect continuously these impacts. Basically, you would need to have someone responsible in every different country to do this kind of work, because here you need to also take into account the different languages. You need to have an expert in the local language of the region that is able to read all the newspaper, web presence and all the things, and translate them and bring them into such a database again. It's still quite interesting. Some of the people who worked on this, they took even out texts that come from the 1500s or so from drought events. So there's a really long, of course, the number of events, and as they're described, they increase dramatically with the digital age. But yeah. The next thing is metadata. This is, again, very important. So first of all, we put all the data available through our own platform, the environmental data platform. But since not many people are aware of it, it is quite important that you adhere to international standards so that everyone can actually find this. To this domain, we made sure that our metadata is compliant with ISO standards and upcoming emerging standards like STAG. This allows, for example, that our data is findable on GEOS. Again, here we're supposed to see that you actually can find it on GEOS. You have take my word on that now, but it is actually dynamically linked. So when we update, then the next day at least GEOS is harvesting from our catalogs, and the data sets appear there in the latest version. And what I mentioned already, the DOI, the digital object identifier, that exists for every data set and comes also with fact sheets and additional information on how these data sets have been created. Then here is the online platform. This is supposed to be the interface for the non-expert user, where he can just go see in nice colors a rough overview of the regions. This overview exists both on the level of political boundaries, like the NUTS regions, for example. You can have this in the NUTS 2 or NUTS 3 level, or it also exists on the level of hydrological basins. Based on how we create our database with the raster data in the background, we can then make aggregations on any kind of polygon, and then we can recreate these indices and aggregate them over any kind of boundary that someone wants to have. Yeah, I think maybe here you can see for the stations that I mentioned already, we have the whole time series in there so that people can have a look at this together with some standard parameters that give some information about the statistics of this data set, the time series, the spread, and so on, that you can really go back there. This is for all the 1,000-something stations available. And now, to close the point of the beginning of this presentation, can we actually detect these reported impacts? To this end, we can create a small analytical workflow, which has been designed by Peter. He is also one of the main developers here. So in this case, we looked into the standardized snowpack index. We filter only the winter months out, as all of the events that are described in these articles were winter drought events. Then aggregate the monthly values and look at the mean value over the long time period that I mentioned in the beginning. And then you can really see in this graphs here, there's that we can actually see some of these events here. For example, the drought event in winter 2017, we have a extreme low value of the standardized snowpacks index. In the case of 2022 and 2023, we can also see that we are in general below the average here, whereas in other years we are above that. So at least to some degree, yes, we can see some of this information also in the actual data that we have in the database. And that's something that we are quite happy about. This allows now researchers to use this and make more in-depth analysis for different regions, different environments. And we had actually some very nice collaborations there already. People actively started to use this. There has been published a paper together with the German Aerospace Agency, who has been working on looking at the duration of snow cover days and how this is linked to different drought events. Based from satellite data. The data that is in here is not only used by us, but apart from making it findable, it's also openly accessible to others. This data is continuously harvested also by other national drought observatories. At this moment, we have the Swiss portal trockenheit.ch or drought.ch, which we are in contact with, and also in Austria, the new ESA-based platform, the GTIF platform, is directly linked to this since we make the data online available. And we are also in exchange with the JRC and the European and Global Drought Observatory operators, where we have offered basically that this could be a kind of template software architecture that can be used for regional drought observatories. They have a running project there right now, EDORA, which is the network of European drought observatories, where we also have some exchange there. With this, I come to an end. Oh, this was the conclusion again, but I think it's fine. No, there was a thank you. Thank you, everyone, for and I think this was the most funny presentation I had to give. I couldn't share you half of the things that I have here. I hope you could still follow somewhat to this, and I will make sure that the online version that we put into the final program will be the complete slides. Yeah, the main URL, if you want to have a look at this, is ado.eurac.edu. So this you can access. I can write it also here on the board.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll get to the bottom of these gremlins. For some reason, we've had this problem all day with the slides. Thank you. At this point, can I ask for any questions or comments from the audience? Also, for those that are online who would like to briefly comment before we move on. Otherwise, we do have the URL here. Thanks you for sharing that, Alex. And we will, as part of the recording and resources for this session, we'll make sure we have the slides available for that. And we will come back to the lessons learned, particularly on the issue of sustaining beyond projects. I think this is a common thing that we've been hearing from a lot of presentations. And this is something where I feel EuroGEO and GEO in particular need to be in a position to broker and facilitate that process going forward, because a lot of work and intelligence and resources have gone into developing some very, very useful resources indeed. Great. On that note, I would like to now invite our next speaker. And I just get my glasses here to make sure I have the right one. Yes, so we have Valentina Dall'Osso from EuroGEO Research as well. who will be presenting the Climate Impetus, which is a EU-funded project under Horizon 2020. And this is a project funding under the Green Deal, indeed. And MRI is very glad to be collaborating as well as part of this project. And Valentina will be talking to us about the long-term availability of data and engagement of stakeholders through the development of Resilience Knowledge Booster for a mountain case study. Thank you very much, Valentina. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, also from my side. So yes, I'm happy to be here to present what we are doing in this project. Here you see we are quite a big group of colleagues in EuroGEO. In this project, we are coordinating the mountain demo site, and we are, yes, colleagues of different institutes of EuroGEO. So what is Impetus? So as Carolina said, Impetus is financed under the Horizon 2020 program. It's a quite big project. There are 32 partners involved in that are placed in different countries in Europe. Is one of the projects that was financed under the Green Deal on the adaptation to climate change topic. And the main objective is to turn the climate commitments into tangible and urgent actions to enhance the climate resilience of different communities. We are more or less at half of the project. It started in October 2021 and will end in September 2025. So all the activities, the implementation activities are developed within 7 demo sites that are all around Europe, and they were chosen to represent different biogeographical regions. And so, today I'm going to present some activities that we are developing for the Valle dei Laghi, that is, let's say, the mountain demo site, and it's located in the Alps. So still about the project, as I said, the project goal is to help this demo site to develop their own best adaptation pathway. So to go to the climate neutrality, and it's doing that by, let's say, applying different approaches. So by testing technological and network-based solutions, for example, engaging a lot with the local communities, different kind of stakeholders, policymakers, businesses, citizens, in co-creation processes, so to co-create knowledge, but also to have some impact on policies, and also to help stakeholders to develop innovative approaches. The project would also like to encourage the ownership of this kind of adaptation measures by local stakeholders. So working closely with local communities, and to then also ensure that all these developed measures and tools will then be used by the stakeholders. And what is, let's say, in the heart of the project are these resilience knowledge boosters, and that I will explain later on. But these hubs are, let's say, are a space where gathering knowledge about different sectors, so scientific, technical, social, but also policy related issues, and sharing this knowledge at different levels. So in the local demo site, in the regions where the demo sites are located, but also, let's say, at the broader level in Europe, for example, and in similar biogeographical regions. And these RKBs, because will be an RKB for each of the demo site, they in the end will be interconnected among each other, and they will also be available and accessible to active communities and organizations across Europe to also, let's say, share data information, but also lessons learned during the project. So what is this Resilience Knowledge Booster? Here you can see a nice infographic that was developed by our partner on communication and dissemination. So it's a space that is digital, but would also be, let's say, a human, would also have a human dimension. So it's a space where people, different stakeholders, can interact among them, and then can also share knowledge, data, and can access also data. So the idea is to combine the experience and the knowledge that comes from people that are working on climate adaptation topics, but that people that are working and living in areas that are experience different climate change impacts. The idea is to combine this knowledge with the scientific and data-related knowledge. So different kind of data, from satellite data to climate projections, to other, let's say, data set that can be also quantitative, qualitative. There will be also some tools that apply artificial intelligence or other kind of, let's say, technologies. And the idea is to let people interact with this kind of data, access the data, but also have a place where to discuss about topics that are of interest. And this will be done, as I said, for the different demo sites. So different, let's say, climate events, climate risk, and also different kind of solutions. And then all the RKB will be connected and will, let's say, create a sort of big space where to share knowledge about adaptation to climate change. And on YouTube, you can also find a nice video. I put in the presentation the link, but you can also go on YouTube and looking for climate impetus, and you will find a nice video on this concept. So what we are doing in the Valle dei Laghi, as I said, Valle dei Laghi is one of the 7 demo sites. Was chosen to represent the mountainous regions. So here we are in the province of Trento, in the Alps, just a bit south from here, from the province of Bolzano. And Valle dei Laghi is an alpine valley that is characterized by a lot of water. Water is the main element. There are a lot of lakes and rivers, and also the local economy is based on on activities related to water, so agriculture, and mainly vineyards. Then we have hydropower generation, so energy production from hydropower, and tourism really connected to mountains and water. Here we as EuroGEO are coordinating the activities in the demo site, and we are working with different partners. We have the BIM-SARCA, that is a consortium of municipalities of the valley. We have MobiGIS, that is a small-medium enterprise specialized in hydrogeological models and digital twin. And then we have the Mountain Research Initiative in supporting us in some activities, and Lobelia, that is Spanish service provider on remote sensing data and climate projection. So here we are, let's say, we are dealing mainly with the water scarcity issue, because in the first year, in the first year of activities, we didn't have before a focus on some specific, let's say, climate problem issue, but then we realized that the drought and the water scarcity is really the big issue, and so we focus on this for the different activities. So which are the adaptation solutions that we are working on for this demo site? We would like to develop a decision support system to allow the water resource management to be more sustainable and more integrated, and to address the conflicting usages of water, in particular in situation of water scarcity. So now we are working on a digital twin that will be, let's say, the back end of this DSS. And we are, let's say, validating it with the interested stakeholders. Then we have a task about analysis of innovative insurance products to limited economic losses due to climate change impacts. And here we are interested to see how the climate models and the climate indexes and different kind of data can support insurance. We have an insurance company as an observer, and we would like to understand how we can help insurance companies in general to taking into consideration let's say the climate change impacts in their work and in the way that they evaluate the different losses and how they develop their products. Then we have task about activation of cultural heritage to improve community resilience to climate change. And here we are working on two sides, a tangible side. So we are speaking about historical buildings and how they can perform in a, let's say, changing climate. So from the climate and the energy point of view. And from the intangible side, we are speaking about perceptions and all the, let's say, implicit also behaviors that people are already applying to adapt to climate change and how they can be activated to enhance the whole, let's say, community resilience. Then we are also working on the risk management and assessment to improve the practices, the current practices, and we are doing it applying the impact chains method that is developed within EuroGEO by some of our colleagues. And we are doing this in a participatory approach, so through workshops, and we are applying this method into sectors that are also related to the other tasks, so in agriculture and on the agricultural sector and on the built environment. Then we also have an activity, a task related to the evaluation of altitudinal shift of crops as adaptation measure for vineyards. Here, unfortunately, the partner that was mainly involved in this task quit the project some months ago. But yeah, we are in the phase of replacing this partner, and so hopefully we will go on also with this activity, and that will, let's say, provide also some in situ data, because the idea was to place some sensors and some networks in different vineyards in vineyards at different altitudes to then compare the data and analyze how this can be an effective adaptation measure. So sorry, I have a problem with this. Okay, so what the RKB of Valle dei Laghi will look like, we still don't know, because we are now in the middle of, let's say, the implementation activities, and also the partners that are in charge of developing this kind of tool of space are now discussing how would be the best, let's say, the best way to have all this kind of data together. But what I can present to you today are the functionalities, the main functionalities that we are thinking about to have in our RKB, and also the main users that we are, let's say, we would like to have then access and interact in this space. So as main functionalities, there will be for sure a section on general information on the demo site, then a place as a document repository for our idea is to have every kind of document, reports, guidelines, etc., related to climate change adaptation, not only in the Valle dei Laghi, but in the province of Trento, in the region. The idea is also to have a calendar of events about climate change adaptation in the region, so as well to have, let's say, a collection of events, past and future, where interested people can then have some information about the event, and also maybe a link to the registration website, or more information to how to be involved. We are also thinking about a repository of information that we are that are like the outputs of the workshops that we are performing. So all the documents, all the reports that are produced during our workshops will be then available, and maybe we can also connect with other, let's say, entities or institutions that are working on the same topic in the region. There will be for sure a climate projection section with the scenarios, probably maps, where users can navigate and see what the climate projection will be for different locations. There will be a section about adaptation pathways. So as I said before, the idea is to have different pathways for each demo site, and then be able to select the best adaptation pathways according to different variables. And these adaptation pathways will be composed by interventions, so by the, let's say, the combination of the adaptation solutions that I showed you before. And also here we are, of course, in the middle of understanding how to compose these adaptation pathways, how to then visualize them. And but these will be for sure a section of the RKB. And then there will be a place to link, to have a link to all the tools that are developed by demo site partners. For example, in our case, this decision support system for water management will be like a standalone tool, but we would like to allow people that will access the RKB to then be connected also to this tool, as well as the impact chains guidelines that our colleagues are now writing and will be published. And so we would like to have the link to all these kind of, let's say, tools that are more specific for our demo site, but will be also interested for, hopefully, for other regions. And as main users, yes, as main users, we are mainly thinking about policy and decision makers. Then, so authorities also different level, not only for the valley, let's say local, but also the province and the regional level. And then managers of irrigation consortia, since we have a lot of activities related to agriculture and vineyards. They are already involved, the irrigation consortia, in different tasks. So it would be nice that they, if they can really use this kind of tool. And then, of course, different other kind of users like scientists, citizens, or key community members. And so in the end, conclusions, here I try to follow some questions that the organizer asked to us. So about accessibility and usability of data and information, I think that projects like Impetus can be a big example and a good example also for the usability of data, but let's say up to now, the development of this resilience knowledge booster seems very complex. And hopefully at the end of the project, we will see how we could improve. And for sure, some improvement will be only, let's say, in gathering people together, talking about different kind of topics related to climate change adaptation, and allow them to access different kind of information. But yeah, I think it's this is quite a big question, and we are trying to do our best to allow to improve the accessibility of data. And challenges and opportunities to integrate and apply data and information to have some impacts in scientific policy or other sector within this project. Here, I think that us as partners should be really clever in understanding how to make this tool really usable and accessible for the potential users. So the stakeholders that we identified as our main users. And as well for long-term sustainability of data and information, the idea of RKB is really to aim to provide this space to share data and knowledge, and also to get people involved, so to have this network, and not only in the region, in the demo site, but also at for other communities in Europe. And here we are talking about thinking about have some activities replicated in other mountainous regions, and so also to enlarge the communities and the network. That is also one of the aim of the project, to have replication sites. And so about the sustainability plan of the project, this is the idea, to ensure sustainability after the end of the project lifetime. And also, as I said, the way in which we are going to interconnect all these RKBs and communities in different places and at different scales should be something that will allow the idea and this tool to survive after the end of the project.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Sorry, we're running out of time. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we'll move on. If we have the opportunity for any questions, we'll allow that at the end of the last presenter. But the last slide is very useful for us, because we will refer to that as part of the lessons learned for us to take forward. So in that spirit, I would like to also invite Marta Galvano from ARPA, who will be talking to us about the experiences and lessons had from a EU-funded project, Pastor Up. And so far, it's been interesting to hear the various experiences had from projects that are still ongoing, who are looking to reach their conclusion, versus those that are concluded and have some concrete experiences and lessons to share. So I think your slides are up by now. Thank you very much. Floor is yours, Marta.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Carolina, for the introduction. I also would like to thank you again, Carolina, and the organizers for this kind invitation, and I'm very happy to be here sharing our experience. I don't know, maybe because it is a PDF, I don't see the, okay. Yeah. I thought it would be better to have a PDF.
While we wait for the slides to come up, hopefully we'll have the chance to listen to our last speaker. Just a couple of announcements. After this session, we will enter into a coffee break before the final segment later tonight. And in that period, there is a possibility to join the e-posters. There is already, you've probably seen them displayed in the screens around the coffee area. So please do take the chance to have a look at those. There's also a possibility during Geo Week, which will take place in November in Cape Town, for showcasing all of the projects and slides and videos that you have been presenting as part of the EuroGEO booth. They are calling right now for videos and inputs that can be showcased as part of that exhibition. So please do reach out to the organizers by this week if you have any materials that you would like to share. We've seen already links to videos and slides, so take the opportunity to have those shared with our wider global audience as well. I think we are on business now.
I hope.
Okay.
Now I'm terrified to click to the next slide, see if it works. Okay. So in building my presentation, I thought it could be useful to directly refer to some of the EuroGEO goals, such as, for example, the synergies across the national and the European projects, or approaches to face climate change crisis, and maybe the one that is mostly related to this presentation and also to the previous one, the interface between science and policy. So you will find some of these symbols throughout the presentation. I hope this is useful. Okay, oops. Okay, so Pastor Alpe was a project co-founded by the European Commission through the LIFE program, in particular the climate change adaptation sub-program. It has just ended last March, and it was a very nice 6 years long journey. So I would like to start from the happy ending of the story, because we just hosted the Pastoral Final Conference last March in Aosta Valley. And we are very happy that we were able to bring together such a diverse group of people in the audience. We had a lot of interest on the project, and nice interactions between scientists and non-scientists, and also inspiring conversation between our policymakers and our keynote speakers. And I think that this nice attendance was due to the fact that many people followed the project during the 6 years, but also because we know from scientific data that permanent grassland have a high importance in European agriculture, and cover a great percentage of the total European agricultural area. And you can see that especially in Aosta Valley, but in general in the Alps, this percentage could also cover 95% of the total agricultural area. Despite this importance, we also know that mountain grasslands are vulnerable to climate change impacts, but from an environmental and socioeconomic point of view. And so the main goal of the project was to analyze the vulnerability of mountain pastures to climate change, and also to propose adaptation measures and the policy recommendation. The most of the scientific activities were focused on 2 study areas, one in France, in the Parc des Écrins, and one in Italy, in the National Park of Gran Paradiso. Okay, so being a live project, as you know, one core activity was the stakeholder engagement. And I have to be honest here, when writing the proposal as a scientist, I had a confused idea on what we should have done and how we should have done it. And I think that this is because as scientists, we don't have actually a formal education on stakeholder engagement, and often we focus on producing the data, presenting the project goals and results to our stakeholders, but we don't really engage with them. And so with Pastoral, I've learned to try to better understand and also to better appreciate the policy cycle and the complexity of policy implementation, trying to better connect with the policymakers, trying to use a more collaborative approach, using empathy, and trying to understand the need of the policymakers. And so to be able to produce actionable insights that can really enter the policy process. So I brought here some examples of these interconnections. One of the main goals of the Pastoral project was to test an approach to classify the pastoral types in the 2 study areas using a remote sensing and machine learning approach, and then to verify the method using a field service in the study areas. I don't enter the details here because I didn't develop the method, but you can see here that we obtain a very good classification accuracy. And when we showed this to our policymakers, we knew that they actually needed a better classification, a better information on the pastoral resources at the regional level. So they actually asked us to produce the same, so to extend the pastoral mapping for the entire Aosta Valley region. And this is an example of information we produce, for example, this pastoral productivity map, but we also produce a map for the presence of the pastors. And this was very useful for them because they were able to have a new register for pastoral resource and also to directly adopt these results to implement the agricultural policy at the regional level. Another example is this tool that we developed under the request of the agricultural department of Aosta Valley, that is related to the irrigation water requirements of meadow and pastures. So we developed this tool based on the PastorAlp results, and this is useful for the regional administration to better plan the water resource use, especially to face the more and more frequent drought events. But the map could be updated yearly, so they became exactly an operational tool to plan some of the regional policies. Finally, another goal of the PastorAlp was to develop, together with local expert, adaptation measures and policy recommendation for agropastoral system that were viable for the local communities. And some of these recommendations, some of these measures were directly adopted in one of the official regional documents, that is the Regional Climate Change Adaptation Plan. So in synthesis, I think that directly engaging our policy makers at the beginning of the project was really useful to ensure the legacy of the project results. For example, for the agricultural departments of Aosta Valley, many of these results are indeed useful for the implementation of the regional policies. And for example, to improve the cap measures, the cap payments measures with the regional specifications, they now have a more precise land use and pasture registry, and they were able to develop better pasture plans. And finally, they also had the opportunity to have meetings with the Directorate General of Agriculture and Environment of the European Commission, and also with the National Authority for Payments in Agriculture, to highlight the current limitation of the adoption application of high-level policy in agriculture to local mountain realities. And also thanks to these meetings we had with the Directorates General, the project captured some attention, and so we were encouraged to write a joint position paper that was prepared by 9 life working in the mountains to highlight some of the PastorAlp outcomes, but also to highlight the critical issues related to the very different level of European, national, and local perspective on mountain agriculture, and also to highlight some suggestions to try to reconcile these different perspectives. So I come fast to my conclusion, and what I've learned from PastorAlp is the importance of a better understanding of the stakeholder perspectives to be able to actually produce viable and useful results to be included in the policy cycle, and also the importance of a bidirectional process in which, as scientists, we could actually learn the complexity of this process. And I think that we were also lucky to meet people that were very committed and responsive. And I think that it was also because the agropastoral system is really a crucial part of the mountain community. And then I think that we also learned that as mountain community, we still need to stress the importance of mountain agriculture peculiarities to be able to better adopt the higher level European or national policies into the local reality. And finally, as it has probably been also highlighted in the Valentina presentation, I think that it's very important to focus on results that could become operational tool and so ensure the long-term sustainability of the whole project investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. Any pressing questions for Marta while she's still with us here at the front? Just a very brief comment on my side. I was actually at the final conference. I was very glad to see how the project came together. And I was indeed actually very impressed by the audience, who were largely policymakers and people from the region. I hardly saw too many scientists. And in fact, the level of interest that this project had at that particular level was amazing. So I guess the lesson learned for that continuous engagement right from the start with those stakeholders is proof of the impact it can have, and it can yield very good results at the end. So thank you for sharing that experience. Any questions online, perhaps? Any comments? A very quiet online audience. Very good. Any final comments from anyone regarding any of the presentations that we've heard here today? Mark, please.
Carolina, you mentioned it already. It's about sustainability of services, and we even had a discussion over lunch break on that.
Yes.
Because we know, I mean, even from ADO, I think we guaranteed 3 years after the end of the project to continue the service, which is already in a way exceptional on our own costs. You might have similar problems here. I think this is the crucial part. So, and we know that is also a bit due to the financing. So we get money for research projects and maybe pilot services, and then it's expected that the market solves the issue and someone is paying for it, and this doesn't work. And it's a pity that we are developing so nice services which are already operational and we are not able to continue them. So I think this is really a central issue for all these nice services, helping adaptation and monitoring and managing risks.
Very good to emphasize that point. I fully agree. And this has been underscored through all of the presentations presented today. And this is certainly something that needs to be highlighted as we make a position on what is it that GEO can do and should do, perhaps to facilitate this. And we also see it as a responsibility from GEO Mountains to offer that conduit or advocacy for this as well. We try our best to give a mountains lens to all of these issues, and we draw on the experiences and concrete examples from projects such as those presented today to build that case. So I'm extremely grateful for all the inputs that have been shared today and underscore your point as well. Any final comments? I guess not at this point in time. Any final comments from the presenters? Perhaps there's something that they thought of as they were concluding their presentations. Antonello, yes, please. Can I just say Antonello is the instigator or grandfather of our GEO Mountains.
Yeah.
We owe a lot to your advocacy and efforts in GEO to have mountains showcase in GEO, so thanks.
And then you did an excellent job in making it living. One comment is that a few years ago there was a call, a EU call on action for mountains. The call had only one proposal, which was not accepted because it was not very perfect, let me say. That was a pity, and then the Commission decided not to issue again the call. So I think it would be very important to have again a call on mountains as an exploratory action, and this time it should be managed by the community, so by ourselves, in a different way.
Perfect. Yes, I was very much part of that process, and we were all disappointed. There were many deficiencies as to how that project was put forward. And being the only one presented to the only call made on mountains and not get funded says a lot about the deficiencies that we did not meet. And I fully agree with you. And we need a critical mass once again to build on that and make that case and advocacy. And we have many colleagues here from the European Commission here who can hopefully help us also in meet that expectation in future, because it's much needed and we are running out of time. I think mountains are certainly one context that is calling for an urgent action, especially in terms of adaptation. We are not in a position to fall back and wait for opportunities to come. We need to be proactive in making those opportunities happen for us. Okay, perfect. On that note, I would like to give you a chance to grab a coffee before the next segment. So apologies for all the technical issues. We'll deal with the gremlins in a separate opportunity. But for now, thank you all very much for your attention and participation here. As I said, all of the resources and presentations will be made available to you. And thanks for all those of you online. Thanks, James, for sticking with us. And yes, please do reach out if we can help, and do contact us for any assistance or ideas you might like to put forward. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
So welcome to the session on biodiversity, ecosystems, and geodiversity. We start now. We have first a few longer presentations on specific initiatives. Then my name is Antonello Provenzale, and I'm organizing this session together with Gaëlle Boulet. We have a few slightly longer presentations first, and then a series of panel discussions. Some panel discussions more on the role of infrastructures, other on specific themes. So the first presentation we have is on the activity of GeoBon, and it's given by Henrique Pereira, who is in remote now. Each presentation will be 7 minutes at most, plus 3 minutes for questions. But those in the panel discussion will be much shorter. And I ask all the speakers to stay on time. Can we open the connection?
Yeah, I think I can start. Can you hear me?
Okay, ciao Enrique, then the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonello. So first, apologies that I was not able to make it there. I've been hearing a lot of good things about the meeting, and there is a lot of excitement coming through the, let's say, social media about the meeting, what is really wonderful. Now, I was asked to say a few words about where GeoBon is heading, but I mainly would speak it from the perspective of EuroPABON. And I wanted to start by saying that we have this paradox, and it's been called the biodiversity conservation paradox. At the same time, some studies have shown no trends in local species richness when analyses are done globally. On the other hand, we all are aware that extinction rates have been accelerating over the last few centuries, and particularly over the last few decades. And one reason for this biodiversity conservation paradox is that the biodiversity monitoring data that we have is just not good enough to answer questions about global biodiversity change. We have just carried out an analysis earlier this year in ecography, where we did this thought experiment of how many sites you'll need to monitor biodiversity to find a significant trend. And we found that you needed a few thousand sites if they were randomly distributed around the world. The problem is that such a network doesn't exist. We don't have a randomly or a homogeneous network of sites. We have a lot of spatial bias, what may even lead to detection of false positive trends if you have this kind of analysis. So this is the problem. And the problem has been known for many years. And in 2015, I and David Cooper, that curiously is now the acting executive secretary of the Convention on Biodiversity, published a little comment in trees saying we needed the global biodiversity change system and monitoring system. And then GeoBon was established, and one of the major developments was, of course, the idea of the essential biodiversity variables. What will be the variables that we needed to monitor globally to have a good understanding of biodiversity change? And I must say that over the last 15 years, we came a long way, because when the coming Montreal Biodiversity Framework for biodiversity was approved, it was approved with something called the monitoring framework for the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And this monitoring framework highlights a few indicators that need to be developed to assess the progress. So there's an increasing perception, awareness that we need much better biodiversity monitoring globally. And very, very recently, Andy Gonzalez is currently the co-chair together with co-chair of GeoBon, together with several other authors, came again with this idea that we need a global biodiversity observation system designed around national biodiversity observation networks that will monitor different EBVs and that will be kind of federated globally. And fortunately, in Europe, we are having a head start on this because Europe, the European Commission funded EuroGEO about 3 years ago as a coordination and support action that is exactly designing an European biodiversity monitoring system as a contribution, among other things, to such a global biodiversity observation system. And it's being done around, this design is being done around essential biodiversity variables. I won't have time to go into a lot of details about EuroGEO today, but I just wanted to say that if you'd like to engage with EuroGEO, there is a members webpage. If anyone can engage, you'll get all the results from our work and invitations for consultations, stakeholder consultations, and so on. And all our results are available as a real collection that you can access through the EuroGEO website. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Henrique. Thanks. So we have time for some comments or questions, if there are any. EuroGEO is a very important European initiative, and I think we should all be linked to it in some ways. Are there comments, please?
Sorry, I missed what you were observing. Are you looking at presence and absence? Are you looking at abundance? Are you looking at seasonality? Or do you specify any of these things, or is it whatever people want to look for?
So, yeah, I'm sorry, I have to really to be very short in the presentation. There is one of the main deliverables is the list of variables that should be observed. And we use the essential biodiversity variable framework. So there is 6 classes of variables from the genetic level to ecosystem function. And there is several variables that are about species presence absences for a few taxonomic groups. So it's not all taxonomic groups. We have chosen a few taxonomic groups, many of them linked to the habitats and birds directives, but also outside those, let's say, required monitoring that we have now in Europe and for the groups that are, for the species that are in on those directives.
Okay. Do you
if you go to the EuroGEO website, you can go to the deliverable that has around 70 variables that we propose for monitoring at the European level, and you can know exactly which species are being proposed to be monitored.
Okay, and does that include sample effort? Because without that, you tend to get a bit confused with the results.
No, we are designing a system, and for some of these species, there is already ongoing monitoring that gives us a good understanding. We have also an assessment of how good is this monitoring. So there is another deliverable that tells you for each of these variables how good and how far are we from having a good sampling effort. For many of them, we are very far from having a good sampling effort, and we are proposing a new network of sites to monitor those many variables that are still under monitored.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? If not, thank you very much, Henrique. We continue with the next presentation. Is Sara Venturini from GEO Secretariat on the Global Ecosystems Atlas.
Thank you, Antonello, and I'm very pleased to be here on behalf of the GEO Secretariat. As some of you might know, we are the central secretariat based in Geneva, and I'm here today to present you the newest GEO global collaboration that is designed in the spirit of the post-2025 strategy. So as Henrique said really well, we have a data problem. There is a urgent need to respond to the biodiversity crisis and achieve the goals and targets of the global biodiversity framework. But the information and technology are available, but existing data are inconsistent, they are incomplete or widely dispersed. So there is a need for a common reference framework for reporting on ecosystems, and that facilitates harmonized and coherent regional, national, global reporting of the state of ecosystems. So for this reason, GEO is building an unprecedented network of partners and on existing GEO initiatives, as well as initiatives beyond GEO, to create the first ever global ecosystems atlas. The secretariats of the Convention on Biodiversity, the Convention on Combating Desertification, the Convention on Climate Change, and the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands have all offered their endorsement and support to the initiative and the concept of the Global Ecosystem Atlas. So we start with that, and we are essentially building this initiative as a major collaborative effort, and you can see the key partners that are involved so far. And this is part of the new incubators approach that GEO is embracing under the post-2025 strategy. And we have been convening meetings, several meetings since last year. The most recent ones are in May in Geneva and in September also in Switzerland. And these have been complemented by a number of engagement opportunities with GEO initiatives, with international organizations to develop partnerships, to leverage existing investments and avoid duplication. So the Atlas, as I said, will be building on a number of substantive initiatives like the Global Forest Watch, Global Mangrove Watch, Alan Coral Atlas, Global Biodiversity Information Facility, Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative, NICFI, and a number of others, and of course, GeoBon, Global Biodiversity Observing System, GBIOS. And we see these as complementary initiatives where the Atlas serves as an umbrella for monitoring, and various elements, various components can feed into that. And vice versa, the Atlas can also feed into other initiatives such as the Emerging Global Knowledge Support Service for Biodiversity being funded by UNEP WCMC. So what I've been doing so far, we are now in the co-design phase. A number of partners, as I said, have been convened, and we have been agreeing on the main features of the Atlas. So the Atlas, as I said, will offer the best information on ecosystem extent, condition, services, risks, and vulnerability through an explorable user interface, and which will be constantly curated over time. It's not meant to be a 3-5 year project. It's meant to be a longer term initiative and sustained with necessary funding and infrastructure. And the objectives are to support global assessments, to support countries in the development of their national maps for reporting and accounting, and also to enable businesses and financial institutions to assess their nature-related risks. That is an emerging voluntary requirement. So the Atlas will build on a number of phases and deliverables. The first phase will be the compilation and curation of existing maps of ecosystem types that are going to be vetted, that are going to be merged to create an integrated synthesis map of ecosystems aligned to the IUCN Global Ecosystems Typology, GET. And all those data products will be hosted on a platform with certain functionalities to support content, access, and certain analytics that will be developed according to the needs. And finally, there will be a component of uptake and capacity building, of course, for the target users to create their own maps and utilize the functionalities. And so, like I said, the primary users will be governments and countries to use the Atlas to fulfill their reporting obligations under the Global Biodiversity Framework. For instance, the Atlas can help facilitate country reporting on the main indicators on the red list of ecosystem, extent of natural ecosystem, services provided by the ecosystems, and so on. And this user-friendly interface will facilitate that, but users will also have the possibility to integrate their own data, national Earth observation information from remote sensing, from in situ data, from citizen science, and so on, which is one of the unique features of the Atlas. So it will be continuously evolving. And we're also targeting corporates and financial institutions to comply with these voluntary reporting frameworks. And this is also something new that hasn't been done before. Obviously, the research community and academia will be both users and contributors to the Atlas. And we have a series of opportunities to continue engaging with partners and governments for the co-design phase, for awareness raising of this initiative so that people can join, for political buy-in, but also financial commitments, which we need to kickstart the initiative. And of course, for developing and validating the use cases. So the key events will be next week. In fact, the GeoBond conference will have a dedicated session on the Atlas to present to the broad community that is necessarily the right community of experts to support this concept. There will be also a dedicated session at GeoWeek in Cape Town. As you might remember, GeoWeek this year is a summit, ministerial summit, and where ministers of Geo member states will be essentially receiving the new post-2025 strategy for endorsement, and the strategy will start in 2025. And the hallmark for this strategy is the empowerment of all stakeholders to use Earth intelligence. And in fact, there will be a dedicated session on the Atlas to present this particular showcase, and we expect financial commitments and pledges by our member countries to support the Atlas. And of course, involvement of partners to support the initiative. Then we will have UNFCCC COP28, where we will have a number of side events, including the first data visualization, the first story to visualize what the Atlas could look like. And finally, next year, we aim for COP16 of the UNCCD to present the first beta version of the Atlas with side events and partnerships. So stay tuned. The opportunity is open for the EuroGEO community members to participate, to get involved, and come talk to the Geo Secretariat for more information. I'll be here and happy to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Questions, comments? This is another crucial initiative, in fact, of Europe, please. Not only of Europe, so global.
Yeah, it's more of a comment. It was just nice to hear someone talking about the global situation. I work at a botanic garden, and Europe in general has a well, we basically pillaged the world for all the plant resources and animal resources for years, and we do have a responsibility to pay back somewhat globally for that period. And also, I reflect that one of the sort of three tenets of the European Green Deal is no person or place left behind, and so I think we really need to think globally as well. And it's nice to hear that that's what you're doing.
Thank you for your comment. There was also a number of EU directives and regulations that have been recently adopted that essentially call for this type of initiatives at the European level, but even more so globally, as you said. And so thanks for your involvement and contribution from European institutions and researchers. Thank you.
Thank you. So please go ahead and then.
Yes, thanks for that, Sarah. I think when you showed the list of kind of users, to me, the one that really will have the biggest impact is really if we can integrate the use of this data in the reporting in the reporting cycle. I mean, you said that CBD are involved, UNCCD. So what is your, how enthusiastic are they, let's say, about making use of this really as the basis for reporting?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And we are talking constantly with these secretariats of the key Rio conventions. And of course, CPD is on board, and they are the first and foremost interested stakeholder, but the others are also looking to find some indicators, some key tools to support the reporting of their parties. And for instance, for the UNFCCC, for adaptation, there is a lack of indicators for, to measure what's happening with nature-based solutions. And this could be a way for these conventions to promote a more quantitative approach to measuring and reporting on certain aspects of the Paris Agreement, for instance, and so the other conventions. So it's really encouraging. Of course, there is a lot of work to do. That's why we need to talk with the government. We keep engaging with them at every opportunity, including the subsidiary bodies of these conventions, and we need your help also to facilitate this. But yeah, there is enthusiasm at least.
Thank you. Last question by Christos, and then we continue.
Yeah. There are a lot of global initiatives that can probably help your target to reach your target. I know that in the marine environment, there is this World Ocean Assessment, which is carried out, every 5 years, if I remember well. Maybe if you can build, some kind of interface and work with them, then you can have, mutual benefit, because these people are interested in revisiting, the ecosystems and making assessments as well.
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Let's exchange contacts, and that's exactly the type of input we were looking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if it's quick, question.
Not sure it's quick. No, it's a quick question. Just because I'm not an ecosystem expert, as you know, can you give some flavor of how much of the state? Is it just a matter of bringing data that exists together, or do you also need to develop new tools and methods to acquire data?
So I'm not an ecosystem expert either, but apparently it's a really tough job, and we had this couple of technical workshops with experts, and they've been discussing forever how to do this, because it's methodologically not easy. There is some agreement on what the final outcome should be. So an integrated map or a suite of maps that will, make the digital compendium of the atlas, but this integration is not easy. There is a lot of work that goes into vetting these maps. You need to assess the uncertainties. You need to assess the data gaps or the overlaps. Maybe there's too much data on a certain, type of, on a certain location. And how do you assess what the best data is? So there's a lot of methodological issues that need to be resolved, and that's why we need to continue this design phase a little bit longer to figure this out. And but the final outcome really should be a single reference framework, a single harmonized type of atlas map for the countries to use, because they have too much data, they have too much information.
So there's a need for substantial R&I investments as well.
Definitely, yes.
Thank you very much.
If I may,
Yeah.
is it also an issue? I mean, because you want global, that means all the countries in the world, not all of them are give easily access to their data. I mean, if it's only satellite data, it's probably not such an issue, but you may also face the issue of getting data from countries.
Absolutely, yes. And we are learning from the best practices that are out there. For instance, South Africa, they have long experience in developing national maps to monitor ecosystems, and they've helped the neighboring countries to do so. And so we are building on that use case, for instance, and their experience to expand this approach to the global level. And of course, in situ data will be hard to feed into the atlas, but we hope that eventually we have an ambitious goal before us, but we need to start with something big, otherwise we'll fail before starting.
Thank you very much. I think we need to proceed, and then we have an online presentation by Antonello, and it's on the towards European Biodiversity Monitoring Center.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, and apologies for not being with you. So in fact, the correct title could have been Towards a New Biodiversity Knowledge-Based Governance at all levels, because this is a discussion which is going on at the moment within the European Commission. So apologies if I, moved a bit the topic as compared to what I was meant to provide. But first of all, I want to introduce myself for those who don't know me. I work for DG Environment in the European Commission, and I'm responsible for the strengthening of the knowledge base of the biodiversity policy at European and also global level. And so here I will be the bad cop, because I will voice more the policy needs, because that's, I think, something that we need really to consider in the future, that supply meets demands. And so it's not knowledge for the sake of knowledge, data for the sake of data, but the policymakers always have specific things to do, and they need the best available information for that, and they don't necessarily get it. So on the other hand, they get a lot of assessments and then they say, the usual, and so what? Because it doesn't necessarily drive direct policy action. So that's what we have been trying to improve in the European Union. And based on the very long negotiations on the global biodiversity framework at global level, then and a lot of decisions associated to it, we realized that slowly there is a system which is being put in place at global level, which is rather similar to what the climate policy is doing. And so we thought, it will be really important to be fully equipped and to prepare for that, because we really need to make progress. I'm sorry, while I'm talking to you, I try to plug. Sorry. Voila, sorry, my laptop was nearly flat. Sorry for that. That should have checked before. Is that we are now basically reporting. We have to report to the CBD Secretariat on the alignment of our national or European strategy vis-a-vis the global biodiversity framework with the 23 targets, and also the indicators that we have for the monitoring framework, which has been adopted together with the global biodiversity framework. And we are far from there. We have a lot of progress to make, especially on the monitoring framework, because there there are plenty of indicators which require not only a lot of data, but also more science, a better understanding of how to translate the target into a meaningful indicator. We need more models as well, because some of the information can't be just collected from the ground or from space information. So we need to make scenarios to see whether we are on track or not, and be able during the whole 10-year process to basically monitor progress or lack of progress, and report and review our implementation. So at European level, we have to synchronize the work so that we also have our European indicators to track progress, that the report we are providing also help ratcheting up ambition at European level. And then the big IPBES assessment, which has now been scheduled for 2028, which will be an global assessment of biodiversity and ecosystem services. And I'm sure there will be useful synergies with the global atlas, which was just presented. So we were thinking of delivering the second EU ecosystem assessment just before, so that it could really contribute to the global assessment. And just parenthesis, in relation to the previous presentation, in the European Union, the conceptual framework used is very much based on ecosystem assessment standard, ecosystem accounting standard, sorry, because that's an international standard which has been adopted at UN level. And so the definition of ecosystems, ecosystem extent, ecosystem condition, ecosystem services have been defined internationally, and we believe it's important that European Union follows that. Now, what we need for that is really to strengthen biodiversity knowledge support service. And so we are supporting the development of a global one. We hope that it will be adopted at COP16 next year. But we also want to reinforce an EU biodiversity knowledge support service. And we see that really as a service. That means that it should be a collective initiative, including, all inclusive, if I may say so, whole of government, whole of society. So we need also to build on data collected by citizen science, NGOs, business, and vice versa, to make access to the data to a wide community, so that many users can then use the data for their own scale, and also for their own decision-making process, including business decision-making process. So that's what we have in mind. So we are working on a biodiversity observation service center platform network mechanism. The name hasn't been fixed yet, but we really want to have a network of networks, building also on member states and stakeholders information and expertise. And from what we heard from the member states is that they have a lot of data, but the data is often not accessible. It's often not georeferenced, and they don't necessarily have long-term trends, which are big hiccups. So they were asking the Commission to help them by providing tools and solutions in the first place to make available the information that they have, to find a way to georeference their data as much as possible, and also to model some of the data so that we can have regular updates, yearly updates for which is more synchronized to the policy cycle. So basically, data and service to support the whole planning, monitoring, reporting, and review cycle that has been adopted at COP15 for biodiversity. So I think, and also ensuring long-term funding, because that's always a very big obstacle. So I think with this, I have used a bit more than my 7 minutes, and there will be side events at the subsidiary body Substa 25 in 10 days, and also at COP, of course. So we will continue exchanging with you all our developments, and hope that we will be able to create a real network of networks, because nobody is excluded on the country. We need everybody on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is one urgent question, if not, we continue. Next speaker is Michele Bresadola from EuroGEO on telling us about the European flagship on biodiversity, Biodiversity Plus.
Thank you. Is it working? Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Michele Bresadola. I'm from EuroGEO, but today I'm here on behalf of Biodiversity Plus, and I'll have a presentation of the achievement of Biodiversity Plus towards a transnational network of national biodiversity monitoring schemes. I apologize, I will use the word biodiversity monitoring a lot in the next 7 minutes. First, what is Biodiversity Plus? Biodiversity Plus is a co-funded partnership by the European Commission, and it started in 2021. It will end in 2028, so we'll be here for 7 years. It involves 80 partners from 40 different countries and has a budget of 800 million over 7 years, including both in-cash and in-kind contribution from the partners and 165 million by the European Commission. One of the key aspects of Biodiversity Plus is a network of national and subnational partners, and it involves both the research actors in the form of ministries in charge of research and research funding organization, and the policy actors in the form of the Ministry of Environment and Environmental Protection Agency. So there is a comprehensive involvement of actors. One of the big activities of Biodiversity is the promotion and support on the launching of research calls. So we had 3 calls already launched. One is already up and running with 36 projects. There is a second one that is going to start soon. And the third one that is open now, that is on biodiversity and nature-based solution, and it's open. So if you want to apply, feel free. But another big activity of Biodiversity is promoting and supporting transnational biodiversity monitoring. So we try to build a biodiversity monitoring network, building on the existent national and subnational actors involved in biodiversity monitoring. To do this, we need different tasks. Of course, we need to define priorities for biodiversity monitoring, and we have to support the harmonization of protocols and methods and database between different actors. We have to promote the use of novel technologies and citizen science, and of course, the use of biodiversity monitoring data to actually produce trends and understand the biodiversity dynamics that can support actual policy decisions making. On top of that, we have also the launching of different biodiversity monitoring pilots, which are concrete ways to test these methods, and we will talk a bit about it later. So we're trying to build this network of national biodiversity monitoring schemes. Of course, there is also other strategies involved. We talk about the priorities. We have also to provide new research for resources for national biodiversity monitoring. This is done, for example, through the funding of the pilots or through the use of the European Commission top-up, which is money that's used to valorize the current biodiversity monitoring activity that the partners are carried out on their territory. Then there is the capacity building, the knowledge sharing and networking. So we organize different webinars and workshops and all kinds of events. And we try to also build a community. And then there is, of course, we engage with other relevant initiatives at the European level, such as EuropaBon or GB for GRC and many others. So we try to create a strategic framework that share a common vision on biodiversity monitoring at the European level. For example, to dive deep in the monitoring priorities, we have to decide which are the priorities in our monitoring. So for the first 2 years, these were the 8 priorities that we found out, and now they are 13 in total. So these priorities aligns with the actual monitoring that is being carried out by the partners, are actionable. So they are linked to clear activities of biodiversity monitoring, and they are relevant for policy making and decision-making processes. These priorities also reflects in the subpilots, which, as I said, are this concrete way to test the framework of the national biodiversity monitoring. So here there is actual monitoring involved. The people are actual collecting samples. There are, for every pilot project, there is a coordinator and different partners that contribute from different countries to these sampling processes. 3 pilots were launched this year and 3 will be launched next year. And 2 of the pilots of this year were already extended to the next year to proceed with their work. The monitoring soil biodiversity pilot is coordinated by EuroGEO. Of course, here you can see there is actual monitoring involved. So we are actually going into the field. And so what we are trying to do is also to do this, to build this network, to support then the co-design and development of this BMCC, so this Biodiversity Monitoring Coordination Center, both at the European level, with the help of Europa, like EuropaBon is trying to do, but also to design there the national counterpart that we have to interface with this kind of institution. So we develop a phase 1 strategical document that describes the state of the art of biodiversity monitoring at the national and subnational level. And we will then develop a phase 2 document that will try to concretize all the elements that were listed in this report. Then, of course, there are several other publications that are available in the Biodiversa Plus library. They tackle many issues, many different aspects on the harmonization of data, on the creation of the national schemes, and also on other topics like stakeholder engagement, funded opportunities, and nature-based solution. So all these elements are what Biodiversa is doing and much other stuff. And these are key elements that try to mobilize the community to have then a real network that involves all actors involved in biodiversity monitoring. And thank you.
Questions, comments? We have time for 1 or 2 questions. So you have seen how diversified is the landscape of biodiversity studies, please.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. A quick question. Would you foresee this national implementation coming through the partners at the national level of Biodiversa, or would you also foresee some contribution from what we're discussing now as national coordination mechanisms for Earth observation in the different countries?
For the national part, it's very difficult because, of course, there is the countries are very different. So what we are trying to do now is to assess the situation, and there are many opportunities where we can do this. But I think that will be important to to address the difference in the countries that have many different layers and levels of this kind of biodiversity monitoring methods and governance model. So now for this, I don't have an answer to this, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Seen in your slides that habitat and the Natura, habitat and the Natura 2000 are different, are separated. Habitat monitoring is one of the main issue for Natura 2000 network. Why are separated?
Are you speaking about the protected areas and the habitat priorities, right? I think, if I understood correctly. Yes, there was so much thinking involved in that, and I think it was meant to have a separation between habitat and protected areas because we wanted to keep them separated. I mean, to have the priorities of habitats for many kind of different habitats, and the protected areas to aspect related, especially for the protection.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we proceed, and now there is the first roundtable, and I ask Christos Arvanitidis to come here as a representative of LifeWatch, Eric, and Michel Breuer to come here as well as a representative of Anaï, Eric, and online there is, you can see online there is Michael Myrtle as a representative of Alter RI, and I leave the floor to Guy.
Thank you very much. So now we have a panel discussion, a short panel discussion of 20 minutes. So we have the speakers from the previous sessions. They elaborated on very interesting international and European initiatives. And now indeed these panelists who joined us are representing some European long-term research infrastructure. And we asked them, well, all the panelists, by the way, to respond or to think on short response to these two guiding questions. So how to connect, and this is really the challenge, international, European and national initiatives, and how EuroGEO can contribute to the GEO post-2025 strategy and to provide actionable knowledge, and how long-term research infrastructure can contribute to sustain biodiversity, ecosystem, and geodiversity monitoring across disciplines. So this is very ambitious, we know, in such a short time, but we will do our best. So first, I think I will give the floor to Michael Myrtle, who is online. So Michael, can you hear us? And if yes, you have 4 minutes to try to answer as much as you can to these or one of these questions.
Okay, just for a sound check, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Well, and I think you can also see me. I can't see you, not entirely. Okay, so in very brief, that's a mission impossible, but I will do my best to accomplish it. To understand my statement, you have to know what we are. We are an ecosystem research infrastructure. The key and unique characteristic is that we consider the system as a whole, from the geosphere through hydrosphere, biosphere, the social and economic sphere up to the atmosphere. We have about 200 sites in Europe that are true, that are real and operated in the long term. The services comprise both access to these in situ research infrastructures, to these 200 sites, but a key asset is that we carry out long-term standard observation of the ecosystem, and that touches upon the key topic of this plenary: geosphere, hydrosphere, biosphere, and the atmosphere. So what we do comprises standard observation in these areas, and we combine the data from that standard observations in the field with data from other sources like the remote sensing. So the integration between the in situ and the remote sensing forms a key asset. Now to the sustainability aspect. As you know, research infrastructures are long-term operated enterprises, and these enterprises, in the case of LTR, has two major branches. The one is the physical infrastructure in about 20 countries. We hope there will be even more, which are these sites, the 200 sites which are mentioned. The second big component are central services. These are what we call thematic service areas. They comprise, of course, all the data management and the integration, but you are asking for the actionable knowledge. So one of the 7 thematic service areas of ELTA is synthesis, analysis towards actionable knowledge. So to get back to the key buzzwords of this session, biodiversity monitoring, we are securing, you might call it a modest, but still a backbone of ELTA standard observations in the area of biodiversity that are in principle harmonized with major reference schemes. And the second asset is that we have a strong focus on mobilizing legacy data. Some of the sites of ELTA have been operated for more than 100 years, and we are putting a lot of investment in mobilizing, curating these long-term data series and make them accessible. As regards the contribution to actionable knowledge provisioning via GEO, EuroGEO, and related projects, we're engaging in several of the key projects, like, for example, eShape and the showcase on ecosystems. We engage in Kale Whale and ground truthing. We are providing our information from the information clusters where we ground truth and also provide in situ data. And we provide exploration and visualization tool, including a registry of about 1,200 places where also biodiversity monitoring is carried out worldwide. And besides from taking care of interfacing with decision-making through the own actionable knowledge service, we of course contribute to everything GEO is doing on request through their own channels. And last but not least, a summarizing statement. From an RI perspective, we are really hampered that activities like in Biodiversa Plus are strongly related to the partnership, to the countries that are funding certain activities, and the European scale research infrastructure never has a 100% overlap between the funding partners in the partnership. So we are really constrained in carrying out research, infrastructure and network-wide activities that are compliant with the current status of the partnership. And my plea is that we would start a discussion about that. Thanks.
Thanks a lot for being short also, really appreciate it. And now I will turn to Michel Boer for ANAE, so the Analysis and Experimentation on Ecosystem EU Infrastructure. So Michel, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yeah, I'm a bit a bad guy because I am not an observing person, but we are an experimental infrastructure. So I'm sorry, but we of course we have to understand what is going on these ecosystems and what are the functions of the ecosystem. We have to observe them as well as making experimentation on them. So ANAE is quite, I mean, as Henrique is young as an infrastructure, has already, I think, 10 to 15 years old. It's a distributed also infrastructure like Adler. We have 60 platforms on ecosystems, and what we are doing, it's really coordinated experiments across different climate and ecosystem gradients. So meaning that we are making a lot of miseries to this ecosystem, drought, flooding, type of heating the soils, things like that, to see how they will react to so the anthropic pressures. And at the same, not at the same time, but what we do also, we are investigating management practices to see how we can help this ecosystem adapt to these pressures. So it's really what we are doing is really trying to forecast what will be the evolutions of this ecosystem under the anthropic pressure, and what can be their resilience and adaptation possibilities. Of course, some of the platforms are in the open air, so with some biases due to that, and others are what we call the ecotrons, so they are enclosed, where we have a large, of course, you have a large level of control, but at the expense of the realism of the infrastructure. So we have also some, of course, analytic platforms, drones, aerial means, and I would say that, of course, as I say, I mean, why I'm here is because we are experimental, and experimentation is a complement of, is very complementary of observation. It's a kind of double spiral or double helix between the problems you have on ecosystems comes usually from the observation and from the demand also of the society you note a new problem, you want to solve it. So from the observation and modeling, you can have you can already investigate how this ecosystem behave and will evolve. And from the experimentation, you can accelerate this evolution. So seeing whether your hypotheses are valid and your models are valid or not. And then you have a double loop, which normally should, and it's where we try to answer to your question, is that it's where I think we can help monitoring the biodiversity and monitoring the evolution of this and to see how what will be the future landscape. I would say also that what is important and what we are trying to install, and I think we are working with that for the modeling with LifeWatch, for the observation with Adler, with ICOS, with many infrastructures. But also what is important is a multi-scale, and we have platforms, but by definition you are limited in size. Of course, you can go to Adler, which is on the other side, it's a landscape scale, but then you have also to go to higher scales up to of course, to the remote sensing from satellites and back, of course, because what you observe at remote sensing, of course, your pixel is not precise, you're observing from hundreds of kilometers. So you have also to make measures in situ, and this happens. One of our platform at OHP it's calibrating satellites observations. So I think that these two directionality is quite important for the future of observations. And also, I would say the link of the okay, I'm almost finished. So the link of the society, of course, we don't forget it. We have a network of 60 platforms, meaning 60 locations where we can discuss with the territory. So we cross our scientific perspective with a territorial perspective. And it's one of our axis of development. So we can make work for agriculture, land management, tourism, etc. So really what we call now the sustainable smart specialization strategies. So I will maybe say, I think the message is the same, at least with Adler. First, the research infrastructure, we should not forget it's a real strength. I don't think they exist outside the EU. So this is very important. So EU is able to have an instrument which really, it's a long-term instrument for observation, for experimentation, for knowledge on nature. Of course, also we are connecting naturally, since we are distributed, the local, the national, and the EU level, and of course we are discussing with at scaling at the international level, including space and but also other continents. And I would mention the capacity building, which is very important for countries like Africa, but also Latin America. As I said, there are also a lot of projects that are inter or transdisciplinary. We are together with LifeWatch, we are in AgroServe, which is agroecological transitions, but also in IRIS, the impact of climate risk, in the aquaculture and fisheries, and the impact of particles, and the biodiversity from microbial to ecosystems. So I think there are a lot of things that are very useful in the EU landscape.
Thank you very much. I know it's challenging, but hopefully you will have time to discuss afterwards. So now we go back to research with Christos and LifeWatch Henrique. Yeah.
Thank you, Guy. Well, I think that Michael and Michelle, they said, most of the story, and therefore I'm lucky because I have, to speak much less. Anyway, I'll try, to bring what is missing, from the picture. The functional, first of all, LifeWatch is the European research infrastructure that offers the e-science infrastructure on biodiversity and ecosystem research. As research infrastructures, we are not actually doing research. We develop, the tools to facilitate those who are doing research. And that has to do with the first actually question, how to connect international, European, and national levels. The functional elements of any research infrastructure are, first of all, fair data. The second is the reproducible analytics, and the third one is the mobilized communities. So because as a bunch of research infrastructures that we all deal with biodiversity, for example, ANAE, for example, ELTR, DISCO, EMBRC, etc. We can cite, a few more. I think that we have the capacity to mobilize communities at the European level, that they can go, down to national level, but even, more down to local level or regional level. So if we have consolidated targets, then I think that we all have, the mechanisms to make this connection between the levels. For example, Henrique was reporting, the reports of Europabon. That's an excellent, example of a mechanism how to do that. On the other side, how we can EuroGEO can contribute, to the Geo post 2025 strategy. The actionable knowledge comes from the fact that the people achieve after a while, certain targets, certain objectives, and therefore they can sit, down and they can find, the next challenges. And I think through those next challenges, we can, contribute to the actionable knowledge for which we have, all, of course, we need, to commit ourselves. How we can contribute to sustain biodiversity, ecosystem, and geodiversity monitoring across the disciplines? Well, I'll tell you this. We don't have, any problem at the technical level. We don't have any problem at the scientific level. At the European level, at least, we have very good teams. And they have all reported, back to the EuroGEO. I see Canteen, I see Saverio, I see many of my colleagues, in this room, for example. They brought up, very good examples of how this can be done. The major problem is the social. We don't speak, the same language, and this is very difficult to break, because through the language we can break the barriers between the disciplines and between the domains. One way we try to do that is through the EU's platform, where we create the technology to do that, and therefore to unite the data, the services, but also any other research products across the disciplines and the scientific domains. And I think that concludes, my reply. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And now I'd like to turn to Sarah and to Anne to check if they have something to comment on the basis of what has been said, and also what you think about indeed this specificity of the EU having this long-term European research infrastructure that could also be a backbone into articulating some of the activities, maybe on biodiversity monitoring.
Yeah, thank you, Gail. I would like to add to what has been said, especially with regard to the possible contribution of the EuroGEO community to the post-2025 geostrategy, leveraging this power that Europe has in terms of long-term infrastructure and research. In fact, a very practical suggestion. On the one hand, funders like the European Commission or European space agencies and others could and should make sure that these initiatives are connected when they issue calls for proposals. So they mention in the text of the calls of the tenders that these initiatives should indeed be connected. And this is already happening. I know that an ESA tender coming out next week, in the coming weeks, in fact, about global ecosystem dynamics that is aimed at supporting a series of open knowledge tools to monitor ecosystem will definitely mention the Geo Atlas and all the other relevant initiatives, and trying to make these connections from the start so that these tools that migrate, when they're mature, they migrate into the Atlas and live longer and contribute to this Earth intelligence that we're talking about for the post-2025 strategy. On the other hand, the proponents of these initiatives, of these projects, should really try to make these connections on their side, to look at what's already out there and try to aim high, look at the initiatives in GEO, look at the emerging global frameworks, and make sure that this connection exists, that they're not just doing research for the sake of research, but really responding to the policy needs, as Anne told us, that they're trying to, in fact, fill those gaps and bridge those communities. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. And maybe Anne, you want to comment on that also?
Yes, just a moment. Yes, indeed. I think the key words have been pronounced. It's, as I said, what we hear from member states is that they really need infrastructures. They really need tools. They need also trainings or expertise to help them improving what they have. I think that's their first priority before adding new elements in whatever monitoring system. They first would like to better profile and use what they have and share that so that it could be integrated into different types of assessments. The second key word is connect. We need to connect all these initiatives, of course, but we also need to connect science and policy and make sure that supply meets demand, because there are clear demands from the policy side. And we really need to look at it carefully and see how best we can supply what is needed to monitor progress, to set up quantify targets at any level, to build meaningful indicators, to be able to develop scenarios on what the situation could be in 10 years' time, different options, what and where best to act in priorities. It's very important to have this spatial dimension, and I'm very happy that it was mentioned by most of the speakers today, because it's really important to consider the location of actions, because biodiversity is really completely related to spatial planning, and so it's not like climate change, which is a more global issue. So we would like to do is really to sit down all the willing, you know, and to have a coalition of the willing and see how we could improve what we have already, and then fill the gaps, which is of course a big challenge, but that's something we will need to address at some stage. So thank you for all these very good food for thought today.
Thank you, Anne. I see, Michael, that you want to take the floor. Maybe I will turn towards the room before to see if I can take one question. I know that we are exceeding the time, but just maybe to see if there is one question in the room, one comment to what has been said. No. Oh, perfect. Then, Michael, I can give you the floor then. Are you muted?
Sorry. What I want to raise is maybe the point of view of a quite big group that just tries to make it happen. We have seen so many concepts, so many overarching concepts, so many initiatives. And from our perspective, the current challenge is about a division of tasks. And when I say we are trying to establish a backbone of biodiversity monitoring at 200 sites, you might smile. That's nothing. That's a drop on the hot stone. On the other hand, a division of task could be that we at least roll out a basic set of biodiversity monitoring variables, that we use this backbone, which has the advantage of being funded in the mid and long term, for example, also for testing and rolling out further methods. And I think what we are lacking is this focus on what's already existing and what advantage we can take from ongoing activities like the establishment of an emerging research infrastructure like ELTA. What we observe is again and again initiatives, while maybe it's more attractive to start new initiatives than to take full advantage of what's already existing and on track. Thank you.
Well noted. And I think we have to close the panel. It could continue, I know, and I hope that you will have side discussions this evening. Now we have to pass to the second part of the discussion.
Thank you very much. So we now have two short panel discussions on more scientific and operational challenges. So I ask Sophie Justice, coordinator of the European Geoparks Network, Alberto Basset from University of Salento, also LifeWatch Eric, Zibi Zwolinski from the Adam, let me say it, Mickiewicz University in Poland, and Edita Wozniak from CBK PAN. So the first question is that, I mean, in the old world of Tansley, ecosystems are the living organisms together with their physical, chemical, and geological environment. So it's a whole system, as it was said also before. So we have challenges in putting together data, information, knowledge from geodiversity, biodiversity, ecosystems. And so I ask in each of the panelists in 3 minutes, because then it will be open the hole with the crocodiles there, as we said the other day, to answer how to cope with this challenge and how to make the knowledge actionable. And I would start with Zibi. Yeah, we have a few slides there.
I have 2 points.
Not that.
For discussion, not. The first point is about special scale in assessing geodiversity. I prepared the table with some data, and depends on size of the area which we assess, we can adjust spatial scale. And on the first column, you have landforms from microforms, for example, 1 square meter, up to continental scale or global scale, geomorphic realm. And for that ranking of landforms, I distinguish few sizes. It is in the not last, but before last column, cell size, which are connected with the procedure of assessing geodiversity. The smallest one is 1/2 of centimeter, and the biggest one is 5 kilometers. The second point is connected with the combining biodiversity and geodiversity in one map. On the left side is a map of geodiversity created on the basis of the geomorphological map, lithological map, hydrological elements, and soils. On the other side, right side, is the biodiversity map created on the two factors. I mean, natural vegetation created on the basis of field mapping. And the second map is potential vegetation created according to mapping of habitats. And when we overlay these two maps, we obtain the final very detailed map of geodiversity and biodiversity map. And here is the very low geodiversity and very low biodiversity. On the end, we have mark of very high geodiversity and very high biodiversity. When we reclassified this legend, we obtain 9 or 3 legends with low, medium, and very high geodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you think that monitoring biodiversity is complicated, monitoring biodiversity and geodiversity is even more complicated. That's the message, right? And then especially because it's a matter of space and time scale, which can be very different. Next 3 minutes, Sophie Justice, still on geodiversity and biodiversity.
Thank you very much, Antonello. I too have a few slides, please. I'm afraid for the people who didn't join our action group yesterday, I gave examples yesterday of concrete ways in which protected and managed areas were actually using this type of information and why it is actually important to us. So I'm talking to you today as an end user, not just an end user, but as a group of 98 end users. UNESCO Global Geoparks are present in 28 European countries, and we cover areas of about 1,000 to 3,000 square kilometres, and we have obligations in conserving and managing natural heritage, global natural heritage, and also long-term sustainable development. And so what actually, I was given 3 topics to talk on, and for me, what is really important as an end user is being able to end up with a view and with information and data that I can use that is actually transdisciplinary, properly transdisciplinary. At the moment, what comes down to me on the ground is biodiversity, full stop, whether it's in policy, whether it's in regulation, but in practice, it's the only signal that comes through, and it's the only one that my decision makers listen to, and it's the one that my funders listen to. So for me, what would be really important is being able to open this up, because we know that the Earth is a series of systems and they interact, and we need to be able or should I say, people on the ground need to be able to use this information. And if you look at myself and the other geoparks that I represent, we all are faced with the same challenge, no matter which country we're in Europe. So in terms of needs, for me, I need to move away from single notions, biodiversity, geodiversity. We need to understand the relationships between them, but we need to look on a more integrated basis. Maintaining the top-down, bottom-up approaches would reassure me a lot. Satellite data and imagery is incredibly powerful, but we also need to remember that a lot of these systems are quite complicated. There are a lot of drivers and pressures acting on these systems at the moment, and they may not quite act the way we expect them to. There need to be long-term observations, the ones that are already underway and new ones to fill the gaps in the different data sets that we don't have. I've been completely overwhelmed at this meeting in just seeing the amazing collection of data and the number of studies that are underway. So definitely pulling on the existing data. As far as the question of geodiversity is concerned, we clearly have an issue of scale. We need to understand what are the relevant scales to be working on and the systems. Geodiversity is very much a system-driven phenomena, and we mustn't forget the human side of this. Humans today are a massive driver on our environment. And then the last point is to be able to provide research output to territories like my own and other protected and managed areas. So to bring it to a close from a perspective point of view, if we're able to do this, then we absolutely can provide improved natural diversity management. We can deliver these things, greater protection of nature, regeneration of natural habitats, but also development and adaptation in the face of climate change and improve resilience to natural hazards for our whole environment and humans as well. From a sustainable development point of view, we also need this information for informed land use choices. Organisations like myself are asked for opinions about new planning policy, about major infrastructure, and having a proper understanding of how geodiversity and biodiversity work together, the scale they work on, means that I am actually able to go back and give the right decisions to the national authorities and the other agencies. So thank you very much.
Now is the turn of Alberto Bassett.
But I can start because the point I'm touching is how can we connect through major scientific issue and scientific question, which relevance is going beyond science and is going to affect the society and the policy. So if we, I don't know. Okay, if we go and see the mission of LifeWatch, is building services in order to deepen our understanding on the mechanisms which are organizing biodiversity and biodiversity maintenance, and on the constraints that are behind this mechanism and are setting then the real value of biodiversity that we observe a single ecosystem or studying area. Well, and this component is affecting ecosystem functioning and services, and these constraints are deeply rooted on the geodiversity. And then we are considering this connection at the moment only in part for some aspect of geodiversity that is dealing with the soil characteristic or the hydrology characteristic, much less at the moment for the others. But the impact of this understanding is, of course, quite relevant at all levels. And we have an example on what are the thematic services of LifeWatch, because there is at least, well, all of them are basically related on the connection between the biodiversity ecosystem and geodiversity. But there is particularly one, biodiversity and ecosystem responses to climate change, that are dealing with so large issues as we can say the carbon storage or the adaptation to climate change, where we have quite strong evidences on the individual level response to climate change, particularly for the aquatic ecosystem. And we also have a strong theoretical connection and support that allow us to have the cascading effect on the individual response, on the population dynamic response, and the ecosystem services response. And we have also data about that. We can make estimate on the overall energetic metabolic cost from today up to 2100 in terms of 10%, 15%, 20% of increase. And then we have data on the latitudinal scale that tell us how much the average individual size of marine species are decreasing, whatever is the level of taxonomy. And then we have also some projections that are going to say that we are going to lose in the river basin more or less 20% of net primary production. That is an impact on our economics. That is an impact on not only on ecosystem service, but on our use of ecosystem service. Of course, there's a large uncertainty around this number because there are either modeling or estimate. We need to deepen this and to cover this gap using the services and the virtual research environment that we can offer in order to have then specific case, we can have more detailed component of to what extent even the geodiversity is affecting, favoring or contrasting the ecosystem response and biodiversity response to climate change. And the very last point is something more than having something together in terms of addressing scientific questions that are uppermost relevant for our society, but that we can also have a co-construction process. So what I'm going to say, that we can co-construct the services that are needed in order to address this point, and also improve our harmonization and interoperability service that we have at the moment, altogether merging the two communities. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Alberto. So I ask Edita Wozniak to come here and to give a remote sensing perspective.
Okay, it will be remote sensing. May I ask for my presentation? It will be a remote sensing perspective, but mainly in the context of the end user perspective. I would like to present an example of our recent relation with Campinos National Park, which is willingness to use the remote sensing data from the assessment of a high geo and biodiversity which they have in the park, which is undergoing very huge human pressure because they are, as a national park, they are located next to Warsaw, so 2 million people. I don't want to say that 2 million people visit it every day, but exert the pressure over it. So taking into account the geo biodiversity, we have to, from the perspective of our stakeholder, which is national park, we have to think about also the conservation philosophy. All these three aspects have different meanings depending where we are and what we want to do. And also what is important from the conservation philosophy is that there are mainly 4 kinds of the philosophies, but the users of the area can have completely different point of view, and we have to manage all of these 3 aspects. So I will give some main examples from the park, the most important things which they want to do. And what they're talking about. The park is under very huge human pressure and under climatic change. And the problem which we have seen in the use of the remote sensing data is the problem of the observability and the operationality of the solution which we can provide. First of all, the question is if the phenomenon which are we able to observe with our spatial and temporal resolution of our data, the phenomenon, which have a specific size and dynamic. Another thing is what do we really see observe with our sensor, and that were the questions of our end user. Apart from that is the question about the technical capacities which is needed and common understanding of the product which will be delivered, and obviously cost. And I will give 3 examples. First, the human pressure, the urbanization of the urban zone, and the invasive species. Obviously, it will be relatively easy to take high resolution data from satellites or drone and perform the analysis for the park, but it's not feasible from the economic point of view. So we have to try to use the freely available data to do that. And it's still possible to deliver the product at the accurate way, but to be able to do it regularly as the monitoring, we need automatic development to develop automatic tools to make the park independent from us. And another thing is what about the monitoring under tree canopy in this case, which is quite limited. And another thing was related to climate change and climate of regime of surface water and soil moisture. So for herbaceous areas of the park, we can solve it with Sentinel-1 data to a certain extent, but once again, the question about the monitoring under tree canopy. So we are waiting with a lot of hopes of ROSE missions, we and the park, of course. So the main conclusion of this relation with the park was how to answer for the needs of the stakeholders in the context of our limitation of observability and operationality. Thank you very much.
So basically, when we do our research, we need to take into account societal and user needs and requests, at the same time to be aware of the knowledge gaps and how to fill them when possible, right? And so these, and also to have a whole system approach, because everything is, I mean, not everything, but many things are connected, and we cannot stay too much isolated. Questions, comments? We have time for 1 or 2 questions or comments, otherwise we go to the second and last panel discussion. Comments, questions? All right. So thank you very much. And then thank you. And so I ask Anna Lillebo, Anna Spinoza, and Edoardo Cremonese to come here. Anna Lillebo from Aveiro University, Anna Spinoza del Tares, Edoardo Cremonese from CIMA Research Foundation. And here it's another interface, another challenge between water and ecosystems. I mean, Europe has been subject to droughts or floods, and wetlands are particularly exposed to that, but also mountains have been very exposed to that. We had an interesting seminar before in previous session. So I would start with Anna Spinoza.
Anna, if we can change it. I will start in the meantime, yes. Well, actually, talking about like what the challenges and needs at the interface is quite difficult in 3 minutes. I think if we want to strive for, if we want to summarize everything, what we want to strive for is to establish an integrated knowledge sharing ecosystem and to address both coastal and environmental challenges in a collaborative way. So we have touched upon several of these topics already, but what we will really need is to work in an integrated framework, which means also understand each other's language and harmonize the architecture. Look for a better coordination, so promote collaboration, communication, and really try to reduce all the duplication and fragmentation that we have sometimes. And another topic that of relevance would be really to promote bottom-up approach also, as Sophie was mentioning before, but really making sure that stakeholders and users are fully involved in the decision-making and in the knowledge generation, but also look for long-term sustainable solution. And we have discussed quite a lot about this, also like embracing new capabilities and digital services like the digital twins. So I would like here to give an example of how we are trying to make this interface possible between land and sea. In February next year, we will start a new project. It's called Lancelot. And the main objective of the project is to assess all the gaps in the observation at land-sea interface. And what we're going to do is to really look at three main categories of societal challenges, which include, for example, the preservation of biodiversity and decrease of pollution. And in order to do that, we define 9 integration labs, and we brought together people from Jericho, Danubius, and ICOS research infrastructure in order to make sure that the different communities belonging to the different networks start to communicate to each other and to really assess what are the needs between the integration of the marine environment and the fresh water. We are going to cover the different European regional water bodies, and we will invest also quite some time in capacity and training of stakeholders and users, because we are going to, the idea is to cover the gaps with local sensors and citizen science. And I also wanted to touch upon some of the difficulties that we are having in the models. We are working in the Edito Model Lab to develop the next generation of ocean numerical model. And what we are doing is to really try to understand how can we move or enhance the model that we already have from global ocean. So all these scaling difficulties that were mentioned also in the session before, and really looking on how can we make all the models communicate, how can we integrate the rivers input and the atmosphere input together with observation that are, of course, used to calibrate and validate the model. And if artificial intelligence can anyhow make the models more efficient. So here are like all the different components that we are trying to integrate to each other, and making the models communicate is also quite tough. And this was my last slide. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I also ask if it's possible to share the presentation. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I'm here also as coordinator of the Restores for Sea project that I had a chance also to present as a poster, and some of your partners of this project. And I would like to talk about these challenges between the water, the interface between the water and the ecosystems, but also relate a little bit with the Restores for Seas project. Although most of these challenges, as we saw, we have been listening on temporal and spatial scales, or the science policy interface, they are cross-cutting. So just an overview of the project. This is the consortium. The Restores for Seas stands for Modeling Restoration of Wetlands for Carbon Pathways. And here it's quite important because we are dealing with wetlands, and most wetlands, we don't know, for instance, the fluxes for greenhouse gases emissions. So there is a lot of information regarding carbon stocks. But to understand and to be able to monitor and to have decision-making based on the total, the carbon cycle, we need to know the carbon fluxes and especially the greenhouse gases emissions. And in this case, the potential of wetlands for the abatement of these emissions. So linking to restoration of wetlands. And then, of course, to climate change mitigation and adaptation, ecosystem services, biodiversity, co-benefits. We have a 6 case pilots, all in coastal areas. So we are addressing climate change,
biodiversity loss and habitat degradation. We are addressing by comparing reference sites with restored sites and impacted sites, so we can really see the difference on these carbon pathways and co-benefits. And then for the co-benefit, for the sustainable management of wetlands. But about the challenges, as has also been mentioned, the land-sea continuum and the spatial scales. This is really one of the challenges, is to integrate the information, because we are dealing with coastal wetlands, but of course you have all the effects from the catchment areas, but also so upstream, downstream effects, but you also have downstream, upstream, if we think about sea level rise or extreme events, saltwater intrusion. So we have in these coastal areas, it's very important that we integrate for this land, sea, and aquatic realms continuum. But also, as been mentioned, and I'm sorry, there is some strange things there, but it has to be with the processes. It's the flow of ecosystem services. So the demand side of ecosystem services, which can be from the human drivers, which are reflected on the human drivers of ecosystems, of the change, but also and the ecosystem functions. So we have the supply side and the demand side. It can be, we heard about the policy demand side, but also the benefits from these ecosystem services. So to understand these flows are very important on the social ecological perspective. These questions are still timely, because we need to know, and in this case apply to the carbon cycle, if wetlands are still in good shape for delivering these ecosystem services, namely on the carbon cycle. Then is how we can value, because in this project, it's a transdisciplinary approach. We would also like to express and showcase the cost effectiveness of restoring these ecosystems, and of course also know the drivers of change that can diminish or enhance the these ecosystem services. But again, we can have here a challenge on ecosystem service across multiple scales. If we restore wetlands, if we do have the carbon sequestration and abatement of greenhouse gases emissions, of course, these benefits go beyond the area of the wetland. There can also be a mismatch between the ecosystem area as an ecological perspective, but also the policies that are managing, and we can have transboundary policies, we can have other mismatch between the different scales. So it's also important that we consider all the different scales of supply side and demand side. So what we are doing, we are gathering the information on the ecosystems, on the social perspective, the mapping, the more technological perspective on the mapping and modeling tools, also the economics and financing, also with the community of practice, so that we want to upscale this information to the wetland side, but then contribute to the being integrate to be policy relevant in the perspective of the climate and biodiversity policies, the Green Deal, and of course the land use, land change and forestry regulation in this integrated matter. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, Eduardo Cremonese on a different environment.
Thank you very much for being here for the very last presentation of this very long day. Antonello asked me if you can start the presentation. Thank you. Antonello asked me to give the perspective of the mountain environment. We tend to see mountains as the water towers of the lowlands. So this connection between the mountains and the lowlands, we provide water to everyone, more or less. But we are starting to witness the effect of drought also in the mountains. And how can we look at it from the perspective of the interface of biodiversity and water cycle? This is the example of two very different ecosystems in very similar climate, and the red arrow shows the difference of the water balance. So one perspective to link biodiversity and the water cycle could be
the different functional properties of the ecosystem. And this is a huge knowledge gap. We still don't know which will be the evapotranspiration scenarios in the mountains and how this will affect the local water cycle and then the discharge that we provide to the lowlands. So this is a very relevant point of research and things that need to be studied more. But then it's not only natural ecosystem. We have this interface within the agro ecosystem, for example, pasture and mountain agriculture. So the impact that this interface has on socio-ecological system is very relevant. Here you have the increase of the irrigation water requirement of 2022 summer drought that we had in Europe. So you had this very strong increase of water demand from the mountains, and still there was this connection with the lowlands that need to be fulfilled. So the topic touches upon very different aspects that we have discussed so far today. And my last point is this holy grail of the actionable knowledge. So how can we move to a very nice model that integrates remote sensing, field observation models, and we estimate the water demand into local policies to help farmers to produce good cheese. So how can we do this? I think we will agree on the fact that, we need to put our hand on the science policy interface. We tend to say this a lot. It's not very simple. It's time consuming. We need to build a common language. And as from the scientific community, we need to be very well aware of how the policy cycle works. These are my 2 cents. It's not sufficient to think that we produce very good actionable knowledge without knowing how the policy cycle works and where we can put this knowledge in order to have an impact on local, regional, global communities. This is my last recommendation for the very last talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So a lot of ideas and comments, questions on any of the things we have tackled today. If not, I think that, well, I think most of you will be here tomorrow. So